Sudah. Iya. Mohon saya dijadikan host nih.
Halo, Dr. Lu. Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you virtually.
Yeah. Hey, your background is beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Your house?
Yes, my office,
Hmm.
because I teach.
Oh,
Yeah, from here. So
Saturday.
I built something just for me,
Oh,
my own space.
okay. Great, great. Oh, nice to see you. You know,
Yeah,
miss you
me
so
too.
much.
Yeah. It's been a while, huh?
Yeah, you know, walking in Thailand and also in
In Thailand.
here in Thailand.
I was with Ferry. I was with
Oh,
Ferry in Beijing.
oh, last time, the last time, yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
Neo.
yes. Told me,
Same
and he
old
told me.
faces.
Mm,
Yeah. So we missed you
okay.
there.
Okay.
Anyway, we are here, alive and
Yeah.
kicking. Thank you for
So,
inviting me here.
sure. Yeah, of course. So maybe
You
next
should
time I
also
need to.
visit, yeah? You should also visit our university one of these days.
Sure.
Because traveling,
We need we need
is
to
easy.
collaborate. Yeah,
Yeah,
we need to
we have
collaborate.
a lot of cheaper flights.
Yes.
Yeah. So
But from Indonesia, I need to transfer in Singapore or
yes,
in Malaysia first, and then to Philippines.
yes, yes.
Mm,
Okay, in the future plans.
Sure.
I will invite Neo, Ferry, and you.
Oh yeah, Neo. Yeah, Neo. I will invite him
Singapore.
maybe next year. Yeah, Neo.
Yeah.
I need to invite him.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So when are you going to visit Indonesia?
Well, in the future.
Okay. So that's very nice.
So we were, you know, through thick and thin, through COVID, prior COVID, now post-COVID.
Yes. Okay.
Our president went to Indonesia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, President Marcos, I think, attended the ASEAN.
Yeah. KTT. I don't know. How do you say it in English for KTT? Southeast Asian countries.
Yes. It was a conference, ASEAN
Yeah.
leaders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to touch the, I ask you, I requested for a virtual background, but now it is so difficult to go back and then, so it's okay, right?
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, for as
Your
long as I'm
background is
here.
original. Your background is original and beautiful. That's okay. Otherwise, you will have backlight because of your background. Your background is more shining than the virtual background.
Maybe turn off lights, no? Yeah. Yes, I turn off the lights.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, congratulations. I think there are 108 attendees.
Yeah.
Virtually, and that's a good number of attendees, huh?
Yeah. And also the paper
Submissions?
Yeah, the writers, we
Mhm.
have 120
Wow.
120 papers.
Wow. So are you going to publish all?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
we
That's good.
strive to publish all of the papers, but
Yes.
we need to select some potential papers in some different slots of publications.
Yes. Good idea.
Yeah. So what's the time now in Philippines, Dr. Luke?
It is 8:19.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, okay. 8:19.
Yes. Yeah.
1 hour ahead.
Yeah. I made sure that I woke up early so I will not miss this event.
Okay, good.
I always allot time whenever I have a commitment, just to
Okay.
make sure. Sometimes, technology is good, but sometimes it acts up, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Internet connection, external unnecessary sounds, background,
Yes.
etc.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the constraints of the technology. Even though we have been supported by technology nowadays, but we cannot depend
Still,
so much on the technology.
yeah,
Still, we
sure.
have to make use our own logic, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I
And
hope
our
it will still
sense
work.
of
Yeah.
well-being.
AI is coming, so
Yeah, yeah.
that will make our situation as professors a bit.
Yes, quicker, shorter.
Yes. One click and the information, the answers are there already. But,
Yeah.
I don't give those. I made sure that my PhD students are, practicing critical thinking, not
Yeah.
just from the Google and, you know,
AI.
we are bombarded by a lot of information.
Yes.
We have to validate as professors.
Mm.
Yep. Let me mute.
As a university that anchors on an educational basis, Universitas Negeri Surabaya is now expanding its wings. Unesa is committed to continue moving one step ahead in order to prepare children of the nation to be resistant in facing the challenges of the future while answering global demands. With 3 campuses in East Java that are integrated with each other, Unesa is ready to extend to various public, enabling them to pursue higher education. The main campus is located in Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are the Rectorate Building, the Institute of Education and Professional Certification Building, as well as 3 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports Sciences, as well as a postgraduate school. Katintang campus, which is the oldest campus, has 5 faculty buildings including Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. One of the programs that continues to be improved is the opening of multi-campus located in Magetan Regency. This program then primes Unesa to be a university with the best higher education facilities.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang Unesa. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Welcome to the home of the champions, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Gaining improvement and achievements, Unesa is ready to give the best contribution in creating a generation that is excellent in education and strong in science. Creating a healthy learning ecosystem, Unesa strives to provide the best service with a variety of qualified facilities on national or international scales. Unesa remains committed to providing excellent and friendly service for persons with disabilities, supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and continues moving to realize a conservation and environmentally friendly campus. Realizing higher education autonomy that is independent, Unesa has become a state university as legal entity in accordance with the government regulation of the Republic of Indonesia, number 37 of 2022. The sustainability of Unesa in implementing quality education continues to develop in order to give competitive graduates with the establishment of medicine study programs and medical professional education. More than 1,900 national and international scientific journals authored by our lecturers have been published. Unesa also set a record in the Indonesian Record Museum as a collaboration campus with 837 vocational schools in East Java simultaneously as an implementation of the Emancipated Learning Program. Having been accredited A institutionally, Unesa continues to improve the quality of educational study programs following international standards through ASEAN accreditation and Aquas accreditation. Unesa opens opportunities for all societies from diverse backgrounds to continue growing into a generation of quality with global insight.
Unesa menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu Unesa tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya, tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya. Peluang kepada
aspek hukum. Artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh Unesa itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS, itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga apa kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat, jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas, tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, Unesa terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Selain itu, Unesa juga mengembangkan Science Technopark, inkubator bisnis teknologi, untuk mendukung terwujudnya universitas yang entrepreneurial. Dan dalam pemeringkatan, Unesa berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya Unesa punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini. Baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya, mewujudkan ya, program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS Unesa jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena selain dosennya ramah-ramah, temannya juga asik-asik, lingkungannya asri dan tenang yang bikin kuliah saya itu lancar sampai dengan lulus. Dan juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang di Politeknik Pelayaran Surabaya dan juga penyiar di PT Jawa Pos Media Televisi.
Unesa, satu langkah di depan.
As a university that anchors on an educational basis, Universitas Negeri Surabaya is now expanding its wings. Unesa is committed to continue moving one step ahead in order to prepare children of the nation to be resistant in facing the challenges of the future while answering global demands. With 3 campuses in East Java that are integrated with each other, Unesa is ready to extend to various public, enabling them to pursue higher education. The main campus is located in Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are the Rectorate Building, the Institute of Education and Professional Certification Building, as well as 3 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports Sciences, as well as a postgraduate school. Ketintang campus, which is the oldest campus, has 5 faculty buildings, including Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. One of the programs that continues to be improved is the opening of multi-campus located in Magetan Regency. This program then primes Unesa to be a university with the best higher education facilities.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang Unesa. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Welcome to the home of the champions, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Gaining improvement and achievements, Unesa is ready to give the best contribution in creating a generation that is excellent in education and strong in science. Creating a healthy learning ecosystem, Unesa strives to provide the best service with a variety of qualified facilities on national or international scales. Unesa remains committed to providing excellent and friendly service for persons with disabilities, supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and continues moving to realize a conservation and environmentally friendly campus. Realizing higher education autonomy that is independent Unesa. The sustainability of Unesa in implementing quality education continues to develop in order to give competitive graduates with the establishment of medicine study programs and medical professional education. More than 1,900 national and international scientific journals authored by our lecturers have been published. Unesa also set a record in the Indonesian Record Museum as a collaboration campus with 837 vocational schools in East Java simultaneously as an implementation of the Emancipated Learning Program. Having been accredited A institutionally, Unesa continues to improve the quality of educational study programs following international standards through ASEAN accreditation and AQUAS accreditation. Unesa opens opportunities for all societies from diverse backgrounds to continue growing into a generation of quality with global insight. Its wings. Unesa is committed to continue moving one step ahead in order to prepare children of the nation to be resistant in facing the challenges of the future while answering global demands. With 3 campuses in East Java that are integrated with each other, Unesa is ready to extend to various public, enabling them to pursue higher education. The main campus is located in Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are the Rectorate Building, the Institute of Education and Professional Certification Building, as well as 3 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports Sciences, as well as a postgraduate school. Katintang campus, which is the oldest campus, has 5 faculty buildings including Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. One of the programs that continues to be improved is the opening of multi-campus located in Magetan Regency. This program then primes Unesa to be a university with the best higher education facilities.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang Unesa. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Welcome to the home of the champions, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Gaining improvement and achievements, Unesa is ready to give the best contribution in creating a generation that is excellent in education and strong in science. Creating a healthy learning ecosystem, Unesa strives to provide the best service with a variety of qualified facilities on national or international scales. Unesa remains committed to providing excellent and friendly service for persons with disabilities, supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and continues moving to realize a conservation and environmentally friendly campus. Realizing higher education autonomy that is independent, Unesa has become a state university as legal entity in accordance with the government regulation of the Republic of Indonesia, number 37 of 2022. The sustainability of Unesa in implementing quality education continues to develop in order to give competitive graduates with the establishment of medicine study programs and medical professional education. More than 1,900 national and international scientific journals authored by our lecturers have been published. Unesa also set a record in the Indonesian Record Museum as a collaboration campus with 837 vocational schools in East Java simultaneously as an implementation of the Emancipated Learning Program. Having been accredited A institutionally, Unesa continues to improve the quality of educational study programs following international standards through ASEAN accreditation and AQUAS accreditation. Unesa opens opportunities for all societies from diverse backgrounds to continue growing into a generation of quality with global insight.
Unesa menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu Unesa tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya, tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft.
Itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya, jam perkuliahan, jumlah kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat. Jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas, tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, Unesa terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terwujudnya universitas yang entrepreneur. Dan dalam pemeringkatan, Unesa berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya Unesa punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini. Baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya, mewujudkan ya program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS Unesa jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen pendidikan bahasa Jepang di Politeknik Pelayaran Surabaya dan juga penyiar di PT Jawa Pos Media Televisi.
Unesa, satu langkah di depan.
As a university that anchors on an educational basis, Universitas Negeri Surabaya is now expanding its wings. Unesa is committed to continue moving one step ahead in order to prepare children of the nation to be resistant in facing the challenges of the future while answering global demands. With 3 campuses in East Java that are integrated with each other, Unesa is ready to extend to various public, enabling them to pursue higher education. They are Directorate Building, Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports Sciences, as well as a postgraduate school. Katintang campus, which is the oldest campus, has 5 faculty buildings, including Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. One of the programs that continues to be improved is the opening of multi-campus located in Magetan Regency. This program then primes Unesa to be a university with the best higher education facilities.
Untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang Unesa. kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga inovatif dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Welcome to the home of the champions, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Gaining improvement and achievements, Unesa is ready to give the best contribution in creating a generation that is excellent in education and strong in science. Creating a healthy learning ecosystem, Unesa strives to provide the best service with a variety of qualified facilities on national or international scale.
juga enggak, M-nya 2, E-nya 2, E-nya 2. Jawabannya banyak ya. Semuanya 2, Mbak. Oh, makanya 2. Generator 4 sudah OTW. Pembukaan
Unesa remains committed to providing excellent and friendly service for persons with disabilities, supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and continues moving to realize a conservation and environmentally friendly campus. Realizing higher education autonomy that is independent, Unesa has become a state university as legal entity in accordance with the government regulation of the Republic of Indonesia. The sustainability of Unesa in implementing quality education continues to develop in order to give competitive graduates with the establishment of medicine study programs and medical professional education. More than 1,900 national and international scientific journals, authored by our lecturers, with 837 vocational schools in East Java simultaneously, as an implementation of the Emancipated Learning Program. Having been accredited A institutionally, Unesa continues to improve the quality of educational study programs following international standards through ASEAN accreditation and AQUAS accreditation. Unesa opens opportunities for all societies from diverse backgrounds to continue growing into a generation of quality with global insight.
Unesa menyiapkan layanan memberikan kembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Hukum. Artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh Unesa itu harus betul-betul punya jumlah beban SKS itu kita buat pelajaran yang berkualitas tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, Unesa terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terkembangnya berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terkembangnya berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terkembangnya berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terkembangnya berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terkembangnya berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terkembangnya berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terkembangnya berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terkembangnya berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terkembangnya berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terkembangnya berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terkembangnya berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Untuk mendukung terkembangnya berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya Unesa punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini. Baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya, mewujudkan ya, program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS Unesa jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena selain dosennya ramah-ramah, temannya juga asik-asik, lingkungannya asri dan tenang yang bikin kuliah saya itu lancar sampai dengan lulus. Dan juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen.
Unesa
Good morning from Surabaya, Indonesia. A warm welcome to everyone. We would like to start the agenda in a minute. Please remain online and kindly switch your microphone to silent mode. For a better virtual experience, you can also switch to speaker view instead of gallery view on your Zoom.
on an educational As a university that anchors on an educational basis, Universitas Negeri Surabaya is now expanding its wings. Unesa is committed to continue moving one step ahead in order to prepare children of the nation to be resistant in facing the challenges of the future while answering global demands. With 3 campuses in East Java that are integrated with each other, Unesa is ready to extend to various public, enabling them to pursue higher education. The main campus is located in Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are the Rectorate Building, the Institute of Education and Professional Certification Building, as well as 3 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports Sciences, as well as a postgraduate school. Ketintang campus, which is the oldest campus, has 5 faculty buildings including Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. One of the programs that continues to be improved is the opening of multi-campus located in Magetan Regency. This program then primes Unesa to be a university with the best higher education facilities.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang Unesa. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Welcome to the home of the champions, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Gaining improvement and achievements, Unesa is ready to give the best contribution in creating a generation that is excellent in education and strong in science. Creating a healthy learning ecosystem, Unesa strives to provide the best service with a variety of qualified facilities on national or international scales. Unesa remains committed to providing excellent and friendly service for persons with disabilities, supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and continues moving to realize a conservation and environmentally friendly campus. Realizing higher education autonomy that is independent, Unesa has become a state university as legal entity in accordance with the government regulation of the Republic of Indonesia, number 37 of 2022. The sustainability of Unesa in implementing quality education continues to develop in order to give competitive graduates with the establishment of medicine study programs and medical professional education. More than 1,900 national and international scientific journals authored by our lecturers have been published. Unesa also set a record in the Indonesian Record Museum as a collaboration campus with 837 vocational schools in East Java simultaneously as an implementation of the Emancipated Learning Program. Having been accredited A institutionally, Unesa continues to improve the quality of educational study programs following international standards through ASEAN accreditation and AQUAS accreditation. Unesa opens opportunities for all societies from diverse backgrounds to continue growing into a generation of quality with global insight.
Unesa menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu Unesa tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya, tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Aspek hukum, artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh Unesa itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya, jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS, itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Professor Dr. Nur Hassan, Director of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Vice Rectors of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Syafiul Anam PhD, the Dean of Faculty of Languages and Arts Unesa, the Vice Deans of Faculty of Languages and Arts Unesa, Dr. Ali Mustafa, the Chairperson of the 4th International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics 2023. The honorable keynote speakers, Professor Lourdes Tanhueko Nepomuceno from the University of the Philippines in the Philippines, Magandang Umaga Professor, and then Dr. Carmen van den Burg from Leiden University, the Netherlands, Goedemorgen, and then Dr. Clive David Hilton from the Open University, UK, Associate Professor Dr. Siti Nur Vazela from University Tun Hussein On Malaysia, and then Prof. Dr. Kishyani Laksono from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia. International participants, speakers, distinguished guests. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the 4th International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics, or Iccsal 2023. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cecilia, and I will be the master of ceremony for today's session. I hope everyone is keeping safe during these unpredictable times, and it is such a pleasure for us to meet you in this virtual event. We appreciate your enthusiasm in participating in the 4th International Conference in Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics with this year's theme of critical issues in languages, arts, cultures, and social sciences, space and identity. According to our record, we have around 120 participants and articles coming from across the globe joining us in the parallel session presentations. We hope that the sessions will provide you with great insight into the comprehensive topics. Before going on into the main sessions, please allow me to read our agendas for the day. The first one is listening to Indonesian national anthem and Unesa's theme song. An opening speech by our rector, Professor Dr. Nur Hassan. A remark from the chairperson of the 4th Iccsal, Dr. Ali Mustafa, followed by a photo session and directly into the keynote speaker presentations. Up next, we shall listen to Indonesian national anthem and Unesa theme songs. Thank you. And we will now proceed with the opening speech by the Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, which will be represented by the Dean of Faculty of Languages and Arts, Dr. Syaiful Anam. Dr. Shafi, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Is it- Okay. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Om Swastiastu. Ladies and gentlemen, and also renowned academic and fellow participants, the distinguished Iccsal International Conference on Cultural Studies and also Applied Linguistics is pleased to welcome you. We gather here to examine and negotiate the complex terrains of languages, art, cultures, and also social sciences under the general heading critical issues in languages, art, cultures, and social sciences, space, and identity. This conference is a turning point in our academic careers as we dig into some of the most important and fascinating issues affecting the world today. The subject of space and identity challenges us to consider the fundamental ways in which our sense of place, physical and cultural shape both our unique self and the identities of our society. Examining the point where geography and identity converge become more important than ever in our society, where borders and limits are continually being redefined. What effect the environment we live in have on languages we use, the art we produce, the culture we value, how our impression of ourselves and others differ depending on where we are in the world, whether it is our hometown, virtual community, or a massive worldwide network. Interdisciplinary collaboration is a powerful force, as evidenced by the fact that we are here today. We are a varied group of academics and also researchers who are drawn together by a love for understanding the complexity of culture, language, and society. Please keep in mind that our talk will extend beyond the confine of the conference room as we set out on this intellectual journey. And the life of individuals from all walks of life are impacted by them well beyond these boundaries. Policy changes, creative ideas, and cross-cultural understanding might all result from the discussion we are conducting today. So I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of the great people who will be here on the stage and provide their wisdom. You inspire us with your knowledge and commitment. I would also want to extend my sincere gratitude to the sponsor who made this event possible and the organizing team for their teaching work in making this happen. Let's take the advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime chance to have thoughtful discussion, questions about our preconception, and create connection that will further our academic work. May this conference leave us with more than just new information. May it also leave us with revitalized feeling of purpose, comprehension, and dedication to creating a world that honors the diversity of people and places. Dear distinguished guests and respective experts, I hereby formally open the International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics 2023 with the topic critical issue in languages, art, culture, and social sciences, space and identity. Thank you and have a pleasant and fruitful conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak Shafi. Thank you so much for the remarkable speech and the warm welcome to Iccsal 2023. We hope you are doing fine, Pak Shafi. Our next agenda is a welcome remark by the chairperson of the 4th Iccsal, Dr. Ali Mustafa. The time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Susi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Bapak.
Distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Lourdes, Associate Professor Siti Nurfazila, Dr. Carmen, Dr. Clive, and Professor Kisyani Laksono. Thank you so much for joining us. Respectable invited speakers, dearest guests, ladies and gentlemen. The International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics today is a distinguished conference that focuses on critical issues in languages, arts, cultures, and social sciences with a special underlining theme, space and identity. We are grateful and happy to be welcoming you. There are at least 280 attendees, 5 distinguished keynote speakers, 120 excellent paper presenters, 2 respectable invited speakers, and enthusiasts and academics from 5 different nations that attend this conference. Our conference is more than simply a meeting of the minds. It is a lively investigation of the complex link between place and identity, a subject that resonates strongly with the opportunities and problems of our quickly changing world. The one-day conference's in-depth discussions, captivating presentations, and informative discussion sessions show how deeply and broadly we are committed to these important problems. We set out on an intellectual trip during this conference that crosses barriers of disciplines, geography, and ideas. We will be challenged to think critically about the points at which language, culture, space, and identity converge by our speakers who come from all over the world. Our conversations will be covering a wide range of topics, including the influence of digital spaces on linguistic identity, the portrayal of space in literature, and the ability of cultural narratives to influence our views. We look at the processes of migration, diaspora, and displacement, and how they profoundly affect both individual and societal life. We are forced to look critically and delve deeply into the layers of meaning ingrained in our cultural manifestations as a result of our investigation into the function of art and media in the development of place and identity. Ladies and gentlemen, not only are the contributions of our esteemed speakers crucial to the success of this conference, but also the participants' engagement, the inquiries which will be made, the arguments which will be started, and the talks in the breakout rooms will all be priceless. The purpose of this conference is to create a forum for academics and practitioners from many sectors to collaborate and share ideas. 5 different nations are represented at this meeting, which highlight how universal the topics we covered are. It proves that problems with space and identity are universal in scope and need for a group effort to comprehend and resolve. It also underlines the value of intercultural communication and collaboration in our search for knowledge and answers. To our presenters, whose knowledge and commitment enrich our conference, we would like to express our sincere gratitude. Your comments, would irrevocably change the way we all perceive these important problems. We also would like to express our gratitude to all of our attendees for your enthusiastic participation and active participation. We must not fail to express our gratitude also to the sponsors and organizing team for their tireless efforts in making this event a reality. Your assistance and efforts, which are crucial to the conference's smooth operation, are gratefully received. Let us bring the knowledge we will receive and the connections we will make from this conference forward as we begin our discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let us keep researching the intricate relationships between place and identity in our different areas, and I hope uphold the openness, diversity, and collaboration that this conference would stand for. We are certain that the knowledge shared, the connections created, and the inspiration gained during this one-day conference will continue to influence our goals and activities in the future. Your contributions to the success of the 2023 International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics are much appreciated. We much value your assistance and participation, and we are enthusiastic about the possibilities for future growth and collaboration that this conference will foster. Thank you very much. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. And thank you, Dr. Ali Mustafa, for the comprehensive report on our current conference. At last, we have arrived at one of the moments that we have been waiting for, which is the photo session. To our distinguished guests and participants, please kindly turn on your cameras and join us in our photo session. Mrs. Kanya, please give us your cues.
All right, thank you. I will take the first slide. Okay, everyone, you can smile. Give me your best smile. Now moving on to slide 2. Slide 3. Slide 4. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the last one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kanya. Thank you for all the wonderful smiles from all the wonderful people across the globe. At last, we are now moving on to the plenary session. As arranged in the program book, we will be having 5 exceptional keynote speakers from various higher education institutions. The first one, we have Professor Dr. Kisyani Laksono from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia. Associate Professor Dr. Siti Nur Fazela from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. And then Professor Lourdes Tanweko Nepomuceno from the University of the Philippines. And in the second plenary session, we will be having Dr. Carmen van den Berg from Leiden University, the Netherlands, and Dr. Clive David Hilton from the Open University, UK. I would like to introduce our moderators who will be managing the keynote sessions from now on. The first session will be moderated by Mrs. Ayunita Leliana, and the second session will be moderated by Dr. Himawan Adi. Before moving on to the plenary session, the committee would like to extend our gratitude for supporting this event and attending the opening ceremony. We hope that you could enjoy the conference to the fullest. Now, may I please invite our moderator, Mrs. Ayunita, to join us. Mrs. Ayunita, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Iccsal.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ayunita. You are pleased to take over.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm Unesa, and I'll serve for the moderator of the first panel session. Okay, give me a second, sorry. So I have a distinct honor of moderating this esteemed panel composed of some of the brightest minds and thought. So our goal today is to deepen our understanding, spark insightful conversation, and unearth actionable solutions to the challenges and opportunities that might be ahead dealing with the culture and languages. So before we begin, let me introduce our honorable and distinguished panelists. Our first panelist is Professor Dr. Kisyani Laksono M.Pum. She is from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia. Good morning, Prof. Kisyani. Hope you're doing so well today, because I heard that you're not in a very good condition. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Kisyani Laksono graduated from Bachelor of Indonesian Literature at 11 Maret University, Surakarta. She's Master of Indonesian Literature. Her master is in Master of Indonesian Literature from Gajah Mada University. And she got her doctoral of cultural sciences from the same university. And now she is the head of the Center for Literacy Studies in our research and community service institution, Unesa, start from 2017 up to present. And she's actively researching the field of linguistics. Give me a second. I'll do it later. And our second panelist is Associate Professor Dr. Siti Nur Fazila Muhammad Nur from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. She is a senior lecturer and staff of Center for Language Studies. And her research is on the area of systemic functional linguistics, appraisal analysis, critical discourse analysis, professional communication, literacy studies, and media studies. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Ibu Dr. Siti Nur Fazila. And our third panelist is Lourdes Tanhuiko Nepomuceno, PhD. Deeply sorry for the mispronounce of the names. She is from University of Philippines, Diliman, Philippines. She is a true academician and esteemed public intellectual, and who take pride in her bicultural roots. Backed by her robust academic training and relevant professional, corporate and international experience in both private and public sectors, Dr. Nepomuceno is a visionary in her own right. In an era where China is no longer viewed as another player, but a formidable force to reckon with in globalization, she employs her knowledge and passion in aiding communities to bridge major social cultural gaps through language and communication arts. Each of our panelists will bring a unique perspective and wealth of experience to the table, and making the session particularly valuable. So we are going to proceed today. So first, all panelists will deliver their thoughts, and afterward, we will open the floor to audience questions. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to be very ready with some notes and questions, and feel free to prepare your participate actively. And we aim to keep our conversation engaging and insightful. So I'm going to encourage the panelists to provide concise responses to allow for more audience engagement. Without further ado, let's begin our first session today. Professor Kisyani, are you ready, ma'am?
Yeah.
Happy to finally hear your voice, Bu.
It's better now.
All right, Prof. Kis, time's yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibu Luki Dwi Ratnasari, as a moderator. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, ma'am, it's audible.
Yes.
By the way, ma'am, it's Ayunita because I use different computer. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Om Swastiastu. Good morning to the Honorable Rector Unesa, represented by Dean Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, my respected keynote speakers and the chairperson of this conference, Bapak Ali Mustafa, Ibu Moderator, and our distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to meet you online at the 4th International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics 2023, organized by Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. I will show our article. The title is Gender Equity and Social Inclusion in the Emancipated Learning Curriculum at the Primary Level, a Textbook Analysis. I am Kisyani Laksono. Our team are Prativi Ratnaningdia from Unesa and Raras Tias Nurita from Institut Teknologi 10 November, Surabaya. As we know, gender equity and social inclusion, or GESI, have become mainstream topics of study in this century. Emancipated learning or independent learning curriculum highlight the values of Pelajar Pancasila profile for character education. Pelajar Pancasila profile are faith, global, diversity, gotong royong, mutual cooperation, autonomy, critical thinking, and creativity. GESI is included in the global diversity. Elementary school or primary school books are the main gates to cultivate GESI-related values. My research aims to describe gender equity in textbooks in the emancipated learning curriculum at the primary level and describe social inclusion in the textbook, in the same textbooks. How about the method? The method used is descriptive, qualitative, and quantitative. Data were obtained from 6 Bahasa Indonesia books used in the emancipated learning curriculum. The data were analyzed using GESI instruments through careful and detailed repeated observation. Social inclusion is specific only to people with disabilities. We have 2 instruments used for analysis. The first instrument contains 8 points for gender equity. The second instrument contains 2 points for social inclusion. The analysis ends with an interpretation according to the research objective. This is a gender equity. Gender equity is the process of being fair to women and men to ensure fairness. Strategies and measures what often be available to compensate for women's historical and social disadvantages that prevent women and men from otherwise operating on a level playing field. This is a gender bias indicator. Based on words and sentences and pictures, gender bias indicators consist of 8 items, namely One, only female character, pictures and words or sentences. Only male characters, pictures and words or sentences. Male and female characters, pictures are presented unique unequally. Male and female characters, words or sentences are mentioned unequally. Pictures only show the role of women without comparison with the role of men in domestic areas, safe games, fear or subordination. Word or sentences mentions women's roles without comparison with men's roles in domestic areas, safe games, or fear or subordination. Pictures only show the role of men without comparison with women's roles in the work or game area with challenges or courage as an ordinance. And the last is words or sentences only mention the role of men without any comparison with the role of women in the work or game area with challenges or courage as an ordinance. This is social inclusion. Social inclusion is defined as the process of improving the terms of participation in society, particularly for people who are disadvantaged, marginal people, through enhancing opportunities, access to resources, voice, and respect for rights. Social inclusion in this study is specific only to people with disabilities. How about social inclusion indicators? Based on word sentences and pictures, social inclusion related to disability will be seen from one, word or sentences that mention human diversity, especially for disabilities, and two, information in the form of pictures about human diversity, especially for disabilities. This is data sources. You can see this is first grade until sixth grades. The title for first grade, Aku Bisa, I Can. And this is the number of pages. Sorry. Second grade, Keluargaku Unik, My Unique Family. Third grade, Kawan Seiring, Friend Along. Fourth grade, Lihat Sekitar, Look Around. Fifth grade, Bergerak Bersama, Move Together. And sixth grade, Anak-anak yang mengubah dunia, The Children Who Change the World. General interpretation. The discussion on the movement will be seen from the accompanying indicators, 8 points for gender equity and 2 points for disability social inclusion. The more points found in a book, the more gender bias it is. As for social inclusion, especially with disabilities, the more points found in books, the more disability-friendly books. Mrs. Audi-Kusan. You can see table 1, gender bias. This is age indicator. The number refers to slides 6. And this is the first grade. First grade have 1 indicator. Second grade have 6 indicator. Third grade have 3 indicators. Fourth grade have 3 indicator. Fifth grade have 3 indicator. And sixth grade have 1 indicator. Interpretation of table 1. Table 1 shows that first and sixth grade books are the books that contain the least gender bias in terms of pictures and supporting words or sentences, the most gender-friendly books. The second grade book contains the most gender bias. Books in third, fourth, and fifth grades needs to be examined again from a gender perspective. This is the first grade book. In this book, there are pictures of boys playing ball with girls. This is good gender representation. They are female firefighter, female doctor, male police officers, and male cleaners. Some of the pictures have paid attention to gender equity. For example, some of the pictures in the market show women and men. This is good because so far there has been an assumption that the market, especially traditional market, is a place for women to shop. Girls and boys play ball together and dragons play together. There are also pictures of female police officer and female doctors, two professions usually identified with men. It's just that there are still some pictures showing toy car seller in the market surrounded by boys in the room playing with cars and robots. This is the picture in book 1. You can see this. How about a second grade book? Some of the pictures have paid attention to gender equity. For example, boys and girls playing together, playing sports together, and there is a picture of a work table that states that the father is in charge of cooking and washing dishes besides walking, while the mother is washing clothes, ironing, and cooking. It is just that there are still some pictures showing women in the domestic sector, cleaning kitchen utensil by hanging clothes napkins over the shoulder, while men watch them drinking. Crying women and boys playing in the rain. There are pictures of men doing silat or martial arts, and there are also pictures of women doing silat too. Pictures of men playing ball and women playing the violin or dancing. The cover image shows two children. This is children reading together happily, and the two children are all girls. There are also sentences such as, "Mother is good at making food. The brother likes to play fair with soccer with his friends." You can see this is the picture. You can see how about the father and the mother and the test. The third grade book, this book shows a picture of Raini helping her mother. Raini is the name of girl. Raini helping her mother was the cutlery. There are many pages of pictures of boys playing ball, boys playing archery, boys dreaming of becoming a skipper, men are fishermen. There are many pages of pictures, women making cakes, women holding rice cookers and serving children's meal, mother accompanying their children to study, and daughter shopping for kitchen needs. This is many pictures from the third books. Fourth grade book. In this book, you can see pictures of mother accompanying children to study, mother ironing, tending plants, and cooking, men cleaning the yard, playing ball, diving, adventures on the hill, building a house. This is many pictures from grade 4. This is a fifth grade book. In this book, you can see pictures of women painting, jumping ropes, typing and dancing, gardening, making juice, service, cooking, listening to music, and using computers. Mothers teach and accompany children to study. Men water plants, weight lifting, run, do gymnastics, play basketball, play games, draw rockets, and dress as soldiers. In the form of a sentence, there is the sentence, Radi likes football. Radi is a boy. There is also a quote, you can help mother clean the nest, cook too, or exercise together. Saga said the sparrow, little rabbit. That is a girl, chicks were rosy. This is many pictures from the book. Kau bisa membantu ibu membersihkan sarang, memasak atau berolahraga bersama. Saran burung pipit ya, burung pipit is a girl. How about sixth grade book? In this book, you can see pictures of mother or sister accompanying children to study, men walking as dance, gymnasts, playing the piano, and cleaning the beach. A girl crying. This is many pictures from the book. And this is table 2, social inclusion. The indicator numbers refers to slide 8. You can see first grade have 2 indicators, second grade F1. This is the same with third grade, fourth grade, and fifth grade. Fifth grade have 2 indicators, and sixth grades have 2 indicators too. Interpretation of table 2. The table shows that the most disability-friendly books in terms of pictures and supporting words were in grades 1st, 5th, and 6th. The 3 books contains pictures of children with disabilities and word or sentences that mention disability. This is the first grade book. Pictures of boys wearing crutches, quite a few of them, men and women in wheelchairs. Stories about visually impaired, that is Aku Suka Caramu, story about blind boys. Second grade book, in this book, a picture of boy in a wheelchair is presented. How about third grade book? In this book, there are pictures of men with crutches, pictures of boy in a wheelchair, and a woman in a wheelchair too. This is fourth grade book. In this book, there are pictures of men and women in a wheelchair and a man with crutches. This is fifth grade books. In this book, there are pictures of men with amputated legs and some in wheelchairs. The inscription, Rano describes a student with special need. He is blind, but has many advantages and is independent. Apart from that, there is also a quote, because the blind cannot see, they learn to develop memory and sensitivity to touch. Several technologies have made it easier for the visually impaired, such as GPS and voice technology. This is the quote from the book. How about sixth grade book? In this book, there are pictures of boys using wheelchairs, some using crutches. There is a quote, Sunyi House of Copy and Hope was as 6 employees, all of them with disabilities, working in a quiet cafe, gives them new hope. Dika is the name of the employees. Dika and his colleagues can prove that people with disabilities can work as well as normal people. This is the conclusion. The result of the study show that the Bahasa Indonesia textbook used in the emancipated learning curriculum, 1st until 6th grades, have attempted to apply gender equity and social inclusion, provided that there are still some words or sentences and images that are gender biased. Book for the 1st and 6th grades are the best book, that is the best book in terms of GC representation. Book for the 5th grade needs to be considered from a gender perspective, but is disability friendly. Book for the 3rd and 4th grades needs to be considered in terms of gender and disability representation. Book for the 2nd grade contains the most gender bias and need to be considered from a disability perspective, and especially in terms of supporting words or sentences. As for disabilities, many can be seen in the pictures for all classes. The only demand in word or sentences is in 5th grade. Most of disability images are related to the disabled. For example, the use of wheelchair or crutches, although there are also stories about the blind, just 2 disabilities. The existence of words or sentences in stories and books for 5th and 6th grade needs to be appreciated because it invites children to get to know more about various types of disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and good luck. Thank you, Ibu Moderator.
Yeah, many thanks, Professor Kisiani. Let's give a warm applause for the presentation delivered by Prof. Kisiani. Once again, Professor, thank you for the insightful presentation about the gender equality and social inclusion that are provided in Bahasa Indonesia graded books here, Prof, for elementary school students. All right. Now, let me allow you get ready for, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants, get ready with your questions. And if you have things to be confirmed to our panelists, so get ready with your notes. And now allow me to move to our second panelist, Dr. Siti Nur Fadila. Dr. Siti, are you ready with the presentation?
Yes.
All right. Shall we start now, Ibu?
Yes, definitely.
Yes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Siti Nur Fadila. And Dr. Siti, time's yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all. And first of all, I would like to say my gratitude to Dr. Ali Mustafa for inviting us from University Tunusin on Malaysia. And I would like to welcome everyone to the fourth International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics 2023. Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. And let me share with you my PowerPoint, my slides. All right, can everyone see? Can everyone see my slides?
Yes, very clear.
Okay,
Very
thank you
clear.
very much. Now, my topic for today, which is different from the previous plenary speaker, she talked on textbook, right? So what I'm going to talk about is on integrating multimodal approach with attitude analysis in the digitalizations of Zapin, okay, the future and beyond of linguistics and arts. This is fairly new. All right, I have been working for about 1.5 years on this one, looking at Zapin, primarily in the Johor state. So far, we have 14 states in Malaysia. And if you are aware, Johor is where I stay, is at the southern part of Malaysia, very near to Singapore. And so far, let me introduce you Zapin in Johor itself, because I will focus Zapin in Johor. It's believed to have begun in the 15th century and was brought by Muslim missionaries from Hadramaut, Yemen. So far, we have many Yemenis descendants in Johor. In fact, in Batu Pahat, we also have a place which is called Kampung Arab. And sorry, and in the Yemeni dialect, Zapin is also known as Zafana, and the influence of Zapin from Hadramaut, Yemen has spread to the state of Johor in the 15th century. Zapin in Johor has its own uniqueness. It has integrated elements of Malay art alongside the philosophy of Islamic art. So in the olden days, Zapin was only performed by men. Okay, but I know that if we look at the historical part, that Zapin is actually spread to Indonesia, Malaysia, and I believe that we have our own interpretation or own repertoires of Zapin. And currently in Johor itself, we have like 23 movements or ragam in Malay of Zapin. So the depth footwork in spring in each other's step distinguish the genre, whether the music is quick and energetic or mellow or concerting. So it's thought to have originated in Persia and Arabic. So we do have Zapin even in Singapore, in Indonesia, and particularly in Malaysia, because the foundation, all right, the main foundation that focus on Zapin in Johor is the Yayasan Johor, Yayasan Warisan Johor or Johor Heritage Foundation. So we have been doing it for about more than 30 years, looking at, and another person that I referred to was Professor Anis Muhammad Noor. Right now, currently, he's the director of NUSPAC, Nusantara Performing Arts Center in Kuala Lumpur, and he is very keen. He's an expert. So he's actually the father of Zapin in Malaysia. So I really look up to him whenever I want to refer something on Zapin. So due to the pandemics, COVID-19, right? LECNA 2017 had differentiate between digitizations and digitalization. So it's if we look at the digitization, it's the conversion of analog into digital signals, adopting a more technical perspective characterized by a dematerialization of information, or in other words, the redundancy of physical assets. And if we look at digitalization, all right, so we need to differentiate between these two, especially when it comes to linguistics and language. So it describes social technical conditions of adopting and using digital technologies, focusing on the societal, organizational, and individual impact. So this is the difference between digitization and digitalizations. So how are we going to put in our part, all right, in terms of linguistics and performing arts? So these are the issues that I'm looking at. So the difference between digitalizations and digitations, and understanding that performing arts and arts practice consists many perspectives, all right? That in terms of Zapin itself, there are performers and practitioners. And Prof. Dr. Anis had made pengabsahan, in Malay it's pengabsahan, meaning that justifications of Zapin, the repertoire of Zapin, types of Zapin, and where it is being practiced or where it is being performed, even around Johor itself. And also the acceptance of future generations of the digitalizations of Zapin. So because of COVID, many practitioners and many performers are teaching students using YouTube or even TikTok. So I'm going to look at this, how 200 people, because as we were easing into the endemic part, we do have performances particularly in Parit Jawa Mua in Johor. It is called Parit Bugis, all right? So this descendants from Sulawesi, which is called Parit Bugis, but there is a place which is called Mbah Anang House, all right? So this house is every full moon, all right, I really would like to invite you to come later on. Every full moon, they would have performances like Barongan, Kuda Kepang, and Zapin. So I took this opportunity with Prof. Anis to distribute questionnaires, and I did some interviews with the spectators for those who went there to know the attitudes and also what are their perceptions based on that. I also I also asked like 50 international students based mostly from the Middle East and from Africa to look at the YouTube. So this is on the perspective of Zapin, all right, the elements. We look at the visual mode, gestural mode, linguistics mode, when it comes to the pantun, when it comes to the songs, the lyrics, all right, and also the oral mode and the spatial mode. We can look at this later on, right? So these are the structure of Zapin, all right, before I go further. We have the Taksim, we have the Les, Ragam. This is in terms of the Malay term in Johor, all right? Probably in Indonesia, you might have a different kind of term. Even though we are from the same archipelago, we might have a different term. Ragam, Wa'inab, and Kopak, all right? So these are the structure of Zapin in which we need to have a look later on, all right, for those future researchers. So I'm looking at the multimodal perspective of Zapin. I'm adapting and adopting Crest Van Leeuwen 1996 multimodal approach. So in the visual mode, we look at analyzing the movements and gestures used in Zapin, as well as the costumes. Oral mode, analyzing the music and rhythm used in Zapin performances, because each songs might differentiate or might represent something else. Okay, linguistic modes, analyzing the lyrics of Zapin songs, because we have Yanam CD, and then Ya Salam, all these kind of lyrics, all right, where they are being performed. So when it comes to performing arts, and then we are integrating it with the linguistic aspect, we are going to have a lot of variables. So these are the things that future researchers can do. Our spatial mode, analyzing the space in which the zapping is performed, as well as positioning and movements of the dancers within that space. We do have like a personal space, public space. So we can look at this one. Gestural mode, analyzing the gestures and facial expressions used by the dancers to convey meaning and emotion. This is not only to zapping, actually. All right, we can also put it into other kind of performing arts, the eye movements. If you look at the Indian traditional dances, so even the Balinese dancers, we can have a look at this one also. We can apply this multimodal perspective to any kind of performing arts. So I also use attitude analysis by Martin and White because I'm focusing on the systemic functional linguistics. If we look at the attitude analysis, we have appreciation, which we look at how we appreciate a thing, all right, a subject, all right, affect when it deals with our feelings, whether it's negative and positive. The good thing about this attitude analysis is that when we look at the feelings, which is the fact, it can be negative or positive feeling. When we look at the appreciation, sorry, I think my laptop is something wrong. Okay. All right. Affect, which is on the disinclination, security, happiness, or satisfaction. This is on the feelings. And also we look at the judgment. When we talk about judgment, we look at the behavior of a person, whether it's esteem or sanction. So if we go deeper, it'll take like more time. But this is really interesting if you want to look at how people evaluate other people in terms of discourse. And this has been done by one of my students. I think, Dr. Maga, and he's from Batam, and a few others are looking at the attitude analysis in terms of political discourse, All right, next, the multimodality by Kress and Van Leeuwen. These are the summary, okay, and of what Kress and Van Leeuwen are doing, which is they look at the mode, the design, the layout, and the typography, the color. So color is also crucial in visual elements because we do have, if anyone would like to study on the social sciences, or we look at colors that are being used, and if you look at TikTok, all right, because TikTok is one of the social media that has been rapidly used, whether it's for good or bad. It goes the same with Facebook. And mode, design, layout, typography, and also the color. And Kress Van Leeuwen also look at the composition, low elements, and gaze and salience. Look at the gaze of a person, whether it's negative or positive gaze. The modality, okay, the expressive resources available within each mode, and interactivity, presentation. So you can see that I'm trying to put SFL aspect into the performing arts of zapping, because as we know, dance, literature, whatever that we see, social semiotics represents the whole thing, represents the culture, represent people itself, how we look at things, how we say things, because whatever that we say also represents the culture, the people. Okay, so these are the data. This is, I took the data from YouTube, Yayasan Warisan Johor's, and also Yayasan Warisan's website, and also NUSPARK website. So when it comes to the real performance, I went to watch the real performance itself in Parit Bugis Muar, which is actually inhabited by the Javanese descendants. So this is how Malaysia, we are diverse. We have lots of people around us. So Zapping Melayu Johor is the earliest hybrid performance tradition in the Malay world, mixing music and dance of the Hadrami Arabs with the musical and dance tradition, because last time only the male can perform Zapping. But as time goes by, that some Zapping are being performed even in the weddings where women also take part. I look at the YouTube, all right, and two parts of YouTube, and the most important part is that I went and watched the real performance itself, where I interviewed 20 people at the event, all right, and I distributed like 200 simple questionnaire, because as you can see, the thing with questionnaire, please don't give too much questions to your respondents, because you know what you want to get, all right, especially with questionnaires. When it comes to interview, even though you have the specific questions, how they answer is part of the variables that you can get, right? And please, all right, you need to, when you are doing interview, you also need to record, all right? Video recording is the best, because you can see the eye movement, the gestures, all right, the eye contact, and even the intonations of the voice, whether the pronunciation is like this or like that. So this is what we call by multimodal. We look at everything, all right, even the color of the dress. So what does color represent? So these are the things that, as a social science and applied linguistics, we can take a look, right? So the question is an interview is just simple one, because I have like a massive spectators, a massive respondents. So awareness between digitalizations versus digitization, preferences on learning zapping, the attitude in watching online zapping, references in watching zapping in a real live, real-time performance. So these are the questions and interviews. And the results, okay, because the questionnaire, all right, I arrange it in terms of spatial, visual impacts, clothing and color, emotional impacts, cultural authenticity, the songs, the lyrics, digitalizations, and digitizations. All right, the most interesting part is that in zapping, you know, when we look at the ragam or the repertoire, that the ragam and repertoire will change every time a verse of pantun change. All right. So I have no video here, but if you look at the YouTube, you can see that, especially the pengabsahan by Professor Dr. Anis, can see that each movement represents something. And there is one zapping in which the dancer or the performer is holding bunga telo. All right, bunga telo is also bunga paha, where they will hold this during the performance, which represent, and it can only be performed during a wedding, right? So it's really interesting. And I only choose affect, appreciation, and judgment, because in appraisal analysis, I only look at the attitude analysis part, because in appraisal analysis, we do have engagement too, right? There are three subsystem of appraisal analysis. The emotional impact, the cultural authenticity, the songs, the lyrics, and whether they prefer digitalizations or they prefer digitation. So digitization here, when it's more on AI, artificial intelligence, where they put wires and people are performing properly. They use AI. So as you can see, when it comes to affect, feelings, all right, when it comes to feelings, they have more positive feelings when they look at the visual impact, emotional impact, cultural. So mostly the positive, because I'm counting this using percentage, all right, not the numbers. And when it comes to appreciations, they don't 30%, all right, 30%. They have negative appreciation, meaning that appreciation here, how do they appreciate zapping or in terms of AI, right? And judgment, when in terms of behavior, there is no except for spatials. 31% have a positive judgment on the spatials, choreography, or rhythmic analysis. So this is like an eye-opener, all right? If you want to study on performing arts, And it's really interesting because in the Malay archipelago, Indonesia and Malaysia, we have so many types of dances. All right. We not only that, we have Zapin, we have Inang, we have Makyong, we have Asyik. All right. So all this kind of dance in which we can immerse with the applied linguistics in terms of semiotics and also multimodal. So the future and beyond, okay, the spatial movements that we can have a look is actually on the choreography analysis, all right, in terms of ragam or repertoire, the movement. I'm sorry, I'm moving my hand so much because I'm also teaching English and sign language. A rhythmic analysis, okay, aligned with the rhythm and tempo of the accompanying music. So we can have a look at this. So, and then narrative or thematic interpretation. Consider if the spatial movements convey a narrative, theme, or emotional expressions. How do the movements contribute to storytelling within the dance? Okay, and let's say, for example, Inang or Makyong, they have a narrative, a story in which they want to tell. Cultural significance, evaluate the cultural significance of spatial movements. Are these traditional or symbolic movements reflect the values, belief, or stories of the Malay culture or any types of culture? Why is it in the Malay culture or in Zapin, the dances between men and women, they are prohibited from touching each other compared to a ballet, all right? Why do in some dances in the Malay culture, women have to put on a kain pelikat or kain songket, and they need to hold this, especially in Zapin, we have like a sarong where we put around us. Okay, what does it represent? Okay, so this is what we call by multimodal, and you can read more on Kress and Benwin in 1996. Colors of clothing, symbolism and meaning. Investigate the colors of the dancers' clothing and costumes. Analyze the symbolism and cultural significance of each color. You know, one of the interesting things is that when we tell my international students that sometimes we put on the sanggol during the dance, that it not only protect our hair, but it also serves as a weapon in the olden days. So what does it represent? Okay, for example, white may symbolize purity or spirituality, while red may signify passion or love. Okay, visual impact, assess the visual impact of the colors. We do have, you know, when we do have nowadays, that I can find it in TikTok, that they are giving tips on what color that you should use, whether you are cool colors or warm colors, all these kind of things. All right. So this is very interesting. If we look at applied linguistics and also the cultural studies, how we can merge them together. Costume design, they consider the design and the detailing of the costumes. Historical context, explore whether historical or traditional color choices are retained in contemporary Zapin performances, or if there have been innovations in costume design. And types of songs chosen. We look at the lyrical content, examine the lyrics of the songs, musical style, and Zapin is accompanied by marwas. If you guys are doing on traditional music, all right. Emotional impact, cultural authenticity, and audience engagement. So these are the things, especially when it comes to the digitalizations of Zapin, that the movements, the colors, because people are looking into the screen, all right, especially in YouTube or on laptop or even in our smartphone. So how do we engage the audience to like whatever that we are presenting? Okay, as a conclusion. So this is my conclusion. Digitalizations enable Zapin to reach a wider audience beyond its traditional cultural boundaries. As said by Professor Dr. Anis, he said that, yeah, using YouTube, any social media to promote Zapin or promote any cultural dances, that is very important. And the one that he put on, that he published in YouTube, all right, I have a few friends in New Zealand, all right, they were so eager to learn something by YouTube because social media, internet, that makes us globalization as a global village, right? So online platforms and social media can facilitate the disseminations of Zapan performances, allowing people from different countries and cultures to experience and appreciate this dance form. And I would like to acknowledge Professor Dr. Anis Mamadno, the director in Nusantara Performance Arts Center, and also Yayasan Warisan Johor, Johor Heritage Foundation, for assisting and helping me. They have been very facilitative in giving information for this research too. This is just a part of the research. I still had like 1 year to do, 1 year, no, about three months in order to finish it. And these are the references of some parts of the references of the research. And with that, I would like to say thank you very much for listening. And that is all from me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give applause for Dr. Fazila. Ma'am, your presentation is very, interesting, insightful, because at least for me, I got lots of new things bring up
very much
through your presentation. Thank you very much.
You're
So,
welcome.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, hold on if you have questions for our two presenters, because we still have one more presenter. Ibu Fazila, just get ready with the questions. At least I have lots of questions in my mind. Thank you, Ibu. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the last panelist, but not least. So we have here Professor Dr. Lourdes Tanhueko Nepomuceno. Deeply sorry, Professor, because previously I just mentioned the title is only doctor, so I missed that important thing. Deeply sorry, and my apology for the mispronounce.
No worries, no problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, yes.
Okay, let me share.
All right. So,
share my PPT.
Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Time's yours, Professor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Luli Dewi Ratsanari. Professor Dr. Nur Hassan, Rector of Universitas Negeri, Surabaya, represented by Dr. Shafi, Dr. Ali Mustafa, Chair of the 4th International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics 2023, fellow speakers and presenters and academic experts, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from the Philippines. A special thank you, Dr. Ali, for having me here today and for being able, it is my honor to share my knowledge and insights on this year's conference theme, which is very relevant, especially the kind of academic setting that we are in, which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Critical issues in language arts, cultural, and social sciences, space, and identity. Before I proceed to my main topic, let me share with you my PPT. One moment, please. Sorry. Just a moment.
Prof. Lourdes, sorry, you can take your time because we still have plenty of time, Professor. So take your time, ma'am.
Okay, one moment. Just a moment. Okay, so one moment. Can you see my PPT?
Yes.
That's all right.
Okay, before I proceed to my main topic, which is about multilingualism and Chinese language, please allow me to provide you a brief information about our university, which is the University of the Philippines. As you all know, the University of the Philippines is recognized locally, nationally, and internationally as the premier university in the Philippines. So UP, it has one system, and we have 9 constituent universities all over the Philippines. UP Diliman being the flagship campus, which I belong. Okay, we have the most number of students, 45,000 plus. And then we have UP Manila. The niche programs in UP Manila are health sciences and medicine, UP Los Baños, Laguna, agriculture, forestry, environmental management, UP Baguio, indigenous cultures in the Cordilleras, UP Visayas, Miagao, Iloilo, fisheries and ocean sciences, UP Tacloban, accountancy, biology, computer science, management, and psychology, UP Mindanao, Davao, indigenous cultures in Mindanao and management, UP Cebu, IT, creative and product design, and UP Open University, open distance education. So this is, I'm giving you just a snapshot of our university. I have a lot to say about our university, but I will not, because I will focus on my topic, which is intergenerational language usage among Filipino-Chinese youth in Pampanga, Philippines, the pedagogical challenges in a multilingual setting. Okay, so let me give you a snapshot, the abstract of my study. So this, I use a mixed method study. So this paper sought to unravel the accounts in the lives of the 3rd generation Filipino-Chinese that created a gap in intergenerational language usage. Specifically, the investigation endeavored to answer the following research questions, which are, number 1, what life experiences compelled the 3rd generation Filipino-Chinese youth in Pampanga to deter the use of Chinese language? How did these accounts affect intergenerational language usage among Filipino-Chinese youth in Pampanga? So I use my target cases are 48, and supported by the analysis and the growing number of 3rd generation Filipino-Chinese youth in Pampanga who seem to have forgotten the usage of the Chinese language. The 1st and 2nd generations uncovered the major accounts affecting the intergenerational language usage of the 3rd generation. So an analysis of the language usage of the 3rd generation were gathered from the intergenerational respondents using UNESCO's Language Vitality Framework and updated theories on language theories. So just to let you know, multilingualism in education is a conceptual as well as a pedagogical challenge for the Filipino-Chinese youth in Pampanga with its 3 statutory official languages in our area, Kapampangan, which is very similar to Bahasa Indonesia, Tagalog, and English, and 2 heritage languages, which are Hokkien and Mandarin, showing a complex multilingual setting.
Excuse me, Professor. I
Yes.
think it is better for you to choose slideshow because it seems that we still have, we can see your 2 sides.
Okay.
The present side, the present
Is this
slide,
okay?
and that's better. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. I divided my topic. The whole topic is intergenerational language usage of Filipino-Chinese youth in Pampanga, Philippines, and the pedagogical challenges in a multilingual setting. Now, what happens was I divided my discussion to have a more focus, or so that you will be able to follow me. Okay, part one, I'll be talking about my research concerning the intergenerational language usage among Filipino Chinese in Pampanga. So I'll give you an overview of my study and a review of literature map, research design summary, recommendations, and conclusion. And then part two, I will be focusing on the pedagogical challenges in multilingual setting in the Philippines. And I will be able to, it will be very easy for you to understand what I'm talking about. Okay, statement of the problem. These are the two questions which I mentioned earlier. Okay, what is the significance of my study? So, as you all know, language is a mechanism in which culture is, you all agree on that. So there is a growing number of Chinese youth in Pampanga manifesting deterrence in the use of Chinese language is the concern of the three generations. And this actually a big problem in not only in Pampanga, but all over the Philippines. No, because although this group of individuals sprang from intermarriages, it is ideal to continue the use of one's native language across the generation. And you will agree on that, because we want to use the mother tongue. And then, of course, our national language, which is Filipino or Tagalog. And they are actually, when they reach a certain level in their K-12 curriculum, they are actually given options to choose one foreign language. And one of the 5 foreign languages is Mandarin. So my study will serve as a basis in order to develop a framework addressing the need of this third generation Filipino Chinese youth in Pampanga. What are the scope and limitations? The case study undertaken represents the only highly urbanized Pampanga cities, which are Angeles, with 2 components, San Fernando, Mabalacat, and 6 municipalities, Mexico, Magalang, Arayat, Guagua, Porac, Lubao, and thus the findings are limited to the sample. Now, in addition, the research is exploratory and descriptive, and therefore did not seek access issues such as illegal Chinese migrants, Filipino-Chinese business ventures, and beyond, considering the perceptions of participants in relations to our geopolitical complexities issues right now. And no claims for significance beyond this delimitation will be made in this study. And the findings, therefore, do not represent the entire Pampanga conclusions, but are limited to these units of analysis. The completion of the interviews in other municipalities of Pampanga also delimit the study, since these numbers represent a relatively small proportion. So there are major limitations, which include time, financial resources, accessibility of students, and weather conditions. So this meant that key participants unavailable during the house visits were interviewed synchronously and asynchronously through chats and emails during the COVID pandemic. Additionally, similar constraints precluded my visits to the other towns of Pampanga, as they were submerged in floodwaters. As you all know, Philippines is always, a typhoon-driven place. So the substantive phase of my data collection was completed when I was given an extra workload credit, and it was approved later. So let me give you a bird's eye view of the Chinese migration in Pampanga. So Pampanga has been the major thoroughfare of business. During that time, we call it the Pampanga River. That's where the Chinese opted to stay. And so in 1645, there were already a large Chinese population in Guagua. And in 1738, there were already 3,480 Chinese mestizos in the neighboring towns of Bacolor. So during and shortly after the British occupation of Manila, many Chinese from Manila joined their compatriots in Guagua, as mentioned earlier. Okay, so due to dirt of Chinese women, so they intermarried the locals. And thus, the consequence was that the Chinese collaboration with the British, the Spanish government prohibited the migration of Chinese from Manila and just restricted them to certain economic activities. Consequently, there really was no influx of pure Chinese blood in the Chinese mestizo population. Just to give you the borrowings that we use, we have a lot of Kapampangan words. I'm sure since you speak Bahasa, some of this will be recognizable, and we all borrow this from Chinese language. That is why when the Chinese migrated to this particular part of the Philippines, Pampanga, they were able to immerse and acclimate very easily because of a lot of common words. Like, for example, sweetened rice, biko, or dish with loin pork as batswi, face towel as pimpo, service sukbo, quality husi, others, mother impo, father ingkong, no? And then other words like soda susut, cake made of rice and taro okoy, dagger piso, cooking tool for flipping put, siense, and then how unlucky suya and tansu, copper wire. And then we have lampwick, simsim, bean sprout, tauge, and opo. So it was very easy for the Chinese, migrants intermarrying our locals. Okay, so this is, I'm giving you a literature map which summarizes and clusters the existing literature and related studies on intergenerational Chinese language usage. So the significant concepts of language vitality and maintenance offer a roadmap to stakeholders engaged in intergenerational language use. So these are my some of the literature. I'll give you more. There are more, but I cannot possibly put all of them in the map. Okay, and then here is my methodology. So the case study method was applied, sampling method, data collection procedures, Filipino-Chinese communities across Pampanga were the identified samples. Interview questions were utilized, individual focus group discussions and triangulations, and then description of respondents, intergenerational Chinese immigrants in Pampanga for second and third generations, school principals, Filipino-Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry members. Now, description of the major and minor data collected, life experiences of the third generation Filipino-Chinese youth in Pampanga, which created the impact in Chinese language usage, and then the major accounts affecting intergenerational language usage, and plant analysis, which is a thematic that allows me to establish a clear understanding of the identified phenomenon. So this is how this is my research design. So in the phase 1 evaluation phase, so I checked the status of the growing number of third generation Filipino-Chinese youth in Pampanga who seem to have forgotten the use of Chinese language. And then I reviewed the literature, followed by the definition of research terms and the developments of different protocols, the questionnaires, the checklist of records, and other documents. And then I selected the population sampling. And then I piloted the study. And then I employed the different devices consisting of the primary and secondary data, questionnaire responses, focus group discussions, follow-up interviews, documentary evidence, and observations, and then identify the life experiences of the third generation Filipino-Chinese youth in Pampanga, which created an impact in Chinese language usage, and then uncovering the major accounts affecting the international Chinese language usage to face-to-face in-person interviews with the first, second, and third generations. And then data analysis of the situation of the Chinese language anchored on UNESCO's 9 language vitality factors. And then they use thematic coding in order to establish a clear understanding of the identified phenomenon, followed by discussion and interpretation of research findings and results and findings. Now, the final phase, the proposed study will serve as a springboard in order to establish and provide an empirical descriptions of the experiences that contribute to the experimental validity among the third generation Filipino Chinese youth in Pampanga. And then the Confucius Institute at the university will develop a framework for determining the vitality Chinese language, Hokkien and Mandarin in Pampanga in particular, and in the Philippines in general, to assist in policy development, identification of needs, and appropriate measures. Now, these are the following recommendations. So strategy, there are 2 parts. The strategy recommendations and the operational recommendations. For the strategy recommendations, needs identification assessments, multifaceted strategies to strengthen schools offering the Chinese language courses, educational management improvement, faculty development, financial support from the government, and building stronger networks. For the operational recommendations, the government on education, as you all know, the Department of Education in the Philippines consists of 3 agencies. The Department of Education, which handles the K-12, CHED, which is the Commission on Higher Education and Graduate School, and then the TESDA, which is the Technical and Vocational arm of the Department of the Ministry of Education. The maximum competency requirements, stricter supervision and regulation of schools and academic programs. Now, for the schools, there should be an allocation of budget and provision of adequate resources, balancing faculty responsibilities, development of formal evaluation and feedback, networking efforts, and building or establishing stronger networking efforts with industry. Like, for example, we have different economic zones in the Philippines, and every economic zone has a good number of international companies owned by and run by Chinese companies from Hong Kong, from Taiwan, from China. Okay, so that is the first part of my topic. Now let's deal with the second part. I think this is more critical, no? The pedagogical challenges in a multilingualistic setting. Okay, multilingual education policy in the Philippines has 2 frameworks. So the language of instruction, the first language, second language, third language, and foreign language. For under the framework A, we have the mother tongue, and there are 19 mother tongues around the Philippines. Our national language, Tagalog or Filipino. Our third language is English. For the framework B, we have the first language as mother tongue, the second language as English, and the third language, the local dialect or the language. And the fourth language is a foreign language. And we have different languages, 5 different foreign languages. Now, this is the situation right now. What are the pedagogical challenges in a multilingual setting in the Philippines? So what do we know and where to start? Teachers' role needs to change. Some teaching strategies are not implementable in the Philippine academic setting. teachers lack technological know-how, especially that we are now doing hybrid classes or blended learning. Culture has led teachers to be reluctant to innovate. Teachers involved in large-scale projects share best practices. Learners rely heavily on social media. They are used, during COVID, students and teachers are used to having everything online. Now they don't want to have, they are reluctant to go to school and have in-person classes. Understanding the traditional and contemporary culture of China enhances learners' engagement and can give real purpose to their learning of the language, Chinese language. As you all know, language and culture go hand in hand, and they cannot be separated because you have to understand the culture of one country in order to understand, to learn the language. Okay, the second column, what more do we need to know and how to intervene? How to assess and record learning journeys? How to assist teachers plan for e-learning? Why do some activities succeed more than others? Which theories of language learning apply? And how to future-proof? Now, we are living in uncertain times that we cannot predict the future. We live in an unpredictable world. That is another problem. The third column, in what manner do we create an outcome-driven learning paths for Filipino youth in the K-12 schools? Now, a research project which identifies the pedagogical issues with relevant instructional approaches. Focus group discussion for language teachers to share their best practices and localized curriculum and teaching materials workshops. Move away from such a narrow definition of academic success. Embed blended learning and utilize hybrid learning. Follow through and continuous professional development for Chinese and local teachers, and engage faculty and students in remote teaching and learning. And now we have another problem here, the modernization in teaching Chinese as a second language in the Philippines. Okay, so in the modernization of teaching Chinese, we have to focus on Chinese language pedagogy and intercultural education that will enhance the linguistic creativity, linguistic intuition, self-confidence, and esteem in Chinese language learning and teaching. Concentrate on the core element of modification and reforms in certain aspects of the teaching and learning Chinese language process. The aim is to achieve increased level of language proficiency, as well as the level of intercultural education, increased tolerance of ambiguity in various social situations in the Chinese language. Additionally, examine the ability to achieve cognitive structure, specifically tolerance of ambiguity and its relation to Chinese language proficiency. Map out for the change in the Chinese language teaching system. It is challenging where to start, how to intervene, and in what manner to create outcome-driven learning paths for Filipino students learning Chinese as a second language. Expose Filipinos learning the Chinese language outside the classroom context, which will be beneficial rather than acquisition poor environments like in a classroom context only. Here are the policy implications. The main features of the policy recommendations are ensuring intergenerational Chinese language transmission, changing the attitudes of Chinese language speakers, acquiring communicative competence in Chinese as a second foreign language, enhancing the ability of Chinese language learners to engage in meaningful interaction in a linguistically and culturally diverse global workplace, furthering to develop learners' understanding and appreciation of the Chinese people's culture, thus improving the economic situation of the Filipino Chinese youth, teaching the endangered language in schools, increasing its use in the public domain, and improving legislation. The results also emphasize the interconnectedness of various revitalization measures and show which measures are most effective. Concluding thoughts. The challenges of implementing an effective multilingual education could prove prohibitive in countries with a high language diversity. Linguistic conditions differ across regions and countries. The number of spoken languages and linguistic diversity are positively but only moderately related. Policymakers must seriously consider the potential implementation of obstacles and the chance of success before attempting to implement a multilingual education policy. With that, thank you very much, and thank you for being here with us today, and thank you for having me. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Professor Lourdes. Thank you, Professor, for your very nice organization, knowledgeable and thoughtful presentation. I can imagine how long the journey of your research is, Professor. So
it took a while. Pre-COVID, COVID, and post-COVID. Because of the limitations.
Yes.
A lot of limitations. We were not allowed to go to meet the families. We were not allowed to typhoon flooded areas because it was not safe.
Yeah.
Every now and then we have 2 typhoons at the same time.
Sorry to hear
in
that.
Pampanga, not in the nation's capital, but in our particular place where the Chinese migrants are mostly residing. So it was a big challenge on my part. But
Yeah.
I tried my best.
It's very, very, what is it? It seems that you bring the condition into our situation right now. So we can imagine how the situation is how the situation was at that time, Professor. So it's quite challenging, and the result was
and our multilingualism and our multilingualism way of our K-12. Learners are suffering. And I will give you data later. If someone will ask me, I'll give you data of that were given to us by World Bank. About our multilingualism in the Philippines. Yes, that's our perennial problem now.
Yeah, it seems that the challenges are from so many, so many directions, from the multilinguistics itself, and then the nature condition.
Yes.
Pandemic. Yeah, it's really hard.
Actually, from K-12, they have a second model, which is K-10.
Oh, okay.
So learners have options now to pursue K-12 or K-10. And then get rid of some unnecessary or irrelevant courses for our learners, so they can focus only on what is relevant.
I see.
To be able to have a better career advancement when they graduate and their employability. So it is now on the table in our Congress, in the government. There are a lot of actually research topics to be explored in the Philippines. So I am inviting you to come to our university, have something, maybe a collaborative research on this.
Nice.
And did you notice that our local language, Kapampangan, is very similar to Bahasa?
Oh, really? Yeah. I found some.
Yeah, that is another topic that we can explore. the similarities of Bahasa and our Kapampangan language, which is a local language.
Can wait for your next research and study. Someday I will contact you, Professor.
Sure. Let me know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Applause for Prof. Lourdes. What a challenging research it is. Thank you. So, thank you, Professor, once again. So, dear participants, I invite you to deliver some questions or questions or confirmation to our beloved panelists, because they have very great research and studies. Oh, let's check our chat box first. Pak Bambang, could you please hold on a minute? I will take the questions from the chat box first.
Okay, thank you. And I want to ask my question about Japin and how developed Japin in Malay and how different about Japin in Sumatra. So I want to about it.
Okay, Pak Bambang, it seems that I cannot hear you clearly. Your voice is so low for me. Dr. Fazila, can you hear the question?
Yes. Okay.
Oh, nice. So, Pak Bambang, could you? Oh yeah, okay. Yes, please, Bu Fazila.
Sorry, Pak Bambang, you were like asking questions regarding Zapin in Sumatra and Zapin in Johor, right?
Yes, all right.
Yeah, I've read a few notes by a traveler back in the 17th century. They were saying that the same Hadramaut people, all right, the Muslim missionaries last time that went to Aceh, and they went to Sumatra, and they also went to Johor. All right. So originally, some of the dancers or the practitioners from Johor, they come from Indonesia.
Oh.
So you can see that those who are from Aceh, especially from the Hadrami, they have pesantren and they have these religious schools. And Zapin is one of the ways for them to entertain themselves by probably, and then once they move to certain parts of Johor, if you go to Muar, it seems that Zapin in Johor originates from where the Javanese people are.
Oh.
Right, so they come from the middle part of Java, from Solo, from East Java, and some are from Aceh. So they develop with their own repertoire and with their own ragam or their own movement. So one of the ways is to understand them, and perhaps some of the repertoire, some of the movements from Johor is the same, the one that we can find in Aceh or in Sumatra. Okay, thank you for the questions.
Yes, thank you.
Pak Bambang?
Yes.
Does it answer your question?
Yes. Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're welcome to come to Johor and take a look at the variety of Zapin in our place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fazila, for the answer. Thank you, Pak Bambang. Now we move to the chat box. There is a question for Professor Kisiani about the issue of LGBTQ. Now we have that term, Professor. So don't you think that there will be a possibilities of misinterpretation? The question is from Tegar. Misinterpretation from the young generation about the gender equality, like they think for boys, they may think that they can be girls or vice versa. Girls think that they can be boys. And what instead of what boys can do, girls also can do what boys can do, perhaps. So the thing that underlines the question is various information in the book, gathered from the book. The various information that I got from the internet, that he gets from the internet about the community, LGBT's community, which comes from people who speak out about gender equality and ended up as them. So how can we make sure that our students wouldn't misinterpret the materials regarding gender equality in the books? Yes, Professor Kesiani.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Pak Haji. You hear my voice? Hello? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Pak Hadi, I think LGBT has been recognized in the world, but I'm not sure in Indonesia.
Question from Tegar, Professor.
Huh?
Question from Tegar. Yeah, you have got two questions actually. The first one is for...
Not from Pak Suhadi, from...
later. That's the second question for you. This is for Tegar first.
Possibilities of the misinterpretation, yeah. From Pak Tegar, I see. Thank you. Pak Tegar, LGBT, you're asking about LGBT. I think LGBT has been recognized in the world, but I'm not sure in Indonesia, Pak Adi. And so I use the term of equity, not equality in this paper. Equality means equal treatment. If equity is more proportional, like lifting heavy things is not for women. Equity refers to more equitable treatment according to individual strengths. If Indonesia has been recognized LGBT, I think this is the same, this equity, not equality. It is clear?
Ah, nice. Thank you, Professor. Pak Tegar, are you here with us now? So actually, there is a clear distinction between equity and equality. Yes, and they do not share. Yes, they do not share the same idea. So we are in Indonesia. We have gender equity, not gender equality.
But that is the same word and the same meaning, but in Indonesia just have kesetaraan, not but in English we know equality and equity. It is
so a little bit different concept.
Meaning.
Yes,
the different meaning, but in Indonesia we just say kesetaraan gender like that.
I see. Yes.
And
So,
LGBT, yeah.
And LGBT, Prof?
LGBT has been recognized in the world, but in Indonesia, I'm not sure in Indonesia.
It's not as free as, I mean, there is still government policy that, that protect our students here and our youth from this movement.
Yes. And if LGBT recognized in Indonesia, I think that is the same, equity, not equality.
Yes. All right. So it is gender equality in the book. Yeah. And of course, perhaps, is there any tips, Professor, for the teachers when they deliver the gender issues during the course to the students?
Yeah, from Pak Haji.
Oh wait. Still it's it's a follow-up question, ma'am. So just to make sure that the students won't misunderstand with the gender. So how, is there any tips when the teachers use the book, deliver the knowledge to the students during the learning process, ma'am?
I'm
I mean, when the teacher use the graded books and then the teacher discusses the material about gender equality, is there any tips so that teacher doesn't make students misunderstand about the gender equality?
Yeah, that's right. I see, that's right.
Yeah, nice. So they should be very
for teacher to teach to student about gender. The teacher must be take together in all of the subject matter, and that is the same area and the same game, and but proportional. But if the teacher need lifting heavy things, maybe she or he can need a boy to take the things. But if the teacher like lifting the book like that, and they can ask for boy or girl.
Not only boys, yeah, Bu. Yes, it's interesting. Simple things that make students easily understand. Yeah, under
and about the sentence, like the sentence from Pak Hadi, Bapak pergi ke kantor. I think the teacher cannot use the sentence like Bapak pergi ke kantor, but Ibu pergi ke kantor. This is better than Bapak pergi ke kantor. Bapak memasak di dapur, or maybe
or Bapak helps Ibu in cooking or preparing
menjahit baju, like that, because I think many sentences can use the teacher with gender perspective.
Yeah.
And the book represented that.
Nice. It's quite different with the books I got when I was in elementary school, ma'am. So thank you. It's new things for the education, especially elementary school students, because as we know, if I'm not mistaken, we we can memorize what we got from our elementary school teachers than what we got from our university lecturers. I don't know, me personally, I can remember well what my elementary school teachers said during the class. Right.
The teacher, we can see that the football just for boy, football just boy, and maybe swimming for boy too, and actually for boy, that is we can change that's that mind that football is for boy and girl, archery for boy and girl, and so on.
I give the example of female football team, ya Bu.
Yeah.
Tim kesebelasan yang perempuan, right? All right. Thank you. Thank you for answering Pak Hadi's question. directly, Professor Kisiani.
Pak Hadi question.
Yes.
Could gender equality promote alternative lifestyle? I think yes, but lifestyle-based gender perspective. Lifestyle-based gender perspective, like we can give a doll for a boy, we can give a ball for a girl, like that. Yes.
Yes, okay. Of
Yes,
course, with certain messages ya, Bu.
Yes, yeah.
Iwanti-wanti ya, Bu, ya.
Gender perspective.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Kisiani. Now, allow me to move to Professor Lourdes. Professor, you have some questions. Let's read the questions one by one, right, Prof? Allow me read the first question from, give me a second. From Hadi still, from Unesa. Hadi is from Unesa, Prof. Lourdes. So, in Indonesia, there are a lot of Chinese descendants whom you may be able to recognize by through their look and not quite easily by names, since there was a policy that prohibited to use Chinese names. Oh, okay. So promoting the use of Mandarin Chinese is probably easier than promoting the dialect like Hokkien dialect in your case. Are there Chinese association where their identity in the groups using their surnames, occupations, place of origins or tribe? Is there any Mandarin Chinese, what is it, association? Yeah.
There are a lot. Actually, the main is the Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry. That is the mother association. And then from there are different associations. One of them is Overseas Chinese Filipinos. And majority of them come from Fujian province. So those overseas Chinese Filipinos speak Hokkien more than Mandarin. That is why sometimes if you speak Mandarin to them, they will not react because they do not understand you. So majority of the overseas Filipino Chinese speak Hokkien or Minnan, which they come from the Fujian province, which is near the Philippines. And then there are associations, individual associations per province. For example, we have the so-called Jinjiang Association, wherein the Chinese that are residing in the Philippines, they all come from there. So they have their own association. Actually, there are different cliques, wherein only those coming from this area can join. But the Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chamber of Commerce is the mother association. So this association accepts all Chinese who come to the Philippines, and they even give them seed money to start their business. No? So they help the newly arrived Chinese wherever they came from, whatever town or whatever part of China. So Filipino Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry is the mother organization. Yes.
Nice. So it's once again new thing. This mother organization supports our Chinese to adapt with new life in Philippines, right, ma'am?
Yes. Yes.
So follow-up question from Hadi, ma'am. How do they try to preserve the cultures?
Okay. One of them is, first, they would rather instill in their children the traditional culture. Like, for instance, speaking their own dialect, speaking their own language inside their house, communicating with the members of the family using their language, whether it is Hokkien, whether it is Mandarin. And then they all, eat Chinese food. They do not introduce new taste. Like, for instance, maybe very rare that they go out and eat outside and appreciate Filipino food. And then they do not use English names, because now Chinese use English names so that it will be easier for them to acclimate in a particular area. So they always ask, do you want my English name? They would rather be called by their English name rather than with their Chinese names. That is in the Philippines. I do not know in other countries, but in the Philippines, that's very usually they prefer to be called by their English names.
Yes. Yeah, when I watch some movie, the credits after the movie, the Chinese actors also use their English name. But some
yes, they prefer their English name rather than using their Chinese names.
Yeah. By the way, Professor Lourdes, it seems that Hadi invites you to someday visit Surabaya, because in Surabaya there are associations where you can learn the dialects. You may observe the dialects used here.
Yes,
and
that will be a very good, an initial stage of my new research. We will be able to compare 3 languages because they are very similar. Chinese, Bahasa, and Kapampangan.
Yes.
Yes, very similar. And also the way, some of our dishes, nasi is rice to us. So when they say nasi, you can eat nasi a lot. And even our numbers in Kapampangan are Bahasa. So we can have a study on the correlation, the interrelation of the 3 languages.
Sounds interesting. What Hadi mentioned is also
collaborative.
Yes, nice. Hadi also mentions about the Chinese dialects used in Surabaya, ma'am. And the most active one is Hakka Association, one that has a history of more than 200 years. It's pretty old, the ancient.
Yes.
Yeah. So feel free to text us, ma'am, when you want someday visit Surabaya. We will accompany you to Slompretan Street, the name of the street in Surabaya.
I can already bring some of my materials, which we can work on. I will gather all my materials, and I'm sure we can come up with a very, we can compare and contrast. And maybe the etymology of the words.
Yeah, that's right.
Etymology of the words. Yeah.
True. Yeah.
And a lot of times they say, are you Indonesian? A lot of Filipinos look like Indonesian. So yeah, we are very similar. Whenever I go to the embassy of Indonesia, one time the guard said, are you Indonesian?
And then your answer is
because I was speaking, he heard me speaking my dialect to the driver. So he said, are you Indonesian? You can speak Bahasa. And I said, no, but our local language is very, very similar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Similar. And also Dr. Fazila looks like Indonesian as well.
Yes.
Yes, my grandfathers from my mother's side came from Solo.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. But please don't ask me to speak Japanese, yeah.
I do a
Because
little
my
bit.
Japanese is very limited, especially.
And my from
Nice.
father's my from my
Alright,
father's
so
side, they came from Sulawesi. Sulawesi and Hadrami. Yeah.
nice.
So we are from the same Southeast Asia. So yeah, everyone is interconnected with one another.
Yeah, yeah. And language make the bound, the bound is tightly, yeah, it's more, yeah, it's tighter. Nice, thank you. By the way, Professor Laudes, you still have question from Jalu, a young, handsome teacher, English teacher from Surabaya, actually, ma'am. So his question is, he'd like to tell you about his background. So he is an English teacher in his school. So he would like to ask a question about the development of English language teaching in Philippines.
No, as you all know, English is our second language. So from toddler, small baby, they can already speak English. Yeah, we speak English more than our national language. As you all know, we were occupied by the Americans. We were actually colonized by Spain, and then by the Americans, and then Japanese, Koreans. That is why we have mixed races in the Philippines.
So is there any specific subjects about English or
the medium of instruction, from K to 12 until higher education is English.
I see.
Yes.
So,
very rare that they speak Tagalog. Yeah. There is only specific Filipino language as a course, but the medium of instruction is English.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
How about the various accents, ma'am, there? Is there any various
accents?
There
are various accents based on where you come from. Like, for instance, in my case, I come from Pampanga. Okay, my accent is different from the one in Mindanao. There are three major geographical parts in the Philippines. We have the Luzon, which I come from, Visayas, and Mindanao.
All right.
Mindanao is predominantly Muslim, no? Then we have Visayas. They have different languages, which I do not understand myself. Our common link is the national language, Tagalog and English. If I speak my local dialect, they will not understand me. But if I want to interact with them, I will use English or Tagalog.
Okay.
But some cannot speak our national language. They only speak their local language.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yes. Very interesting. And then when you speak English with them, they will understand you. But speaking the national language, they will not understand you.
I see.
Yes, yes. There are 19 mothers now. Yeah. That is why our multilingualism is very complicated, because there are 19 mother tongue, meaning they should learn that when they are from first grade to third grade. And then they will struggle. And then after that, the language of instruction will shift to Tagalog, which is the national language, and then English, and then foreign language. So 4. They have to make sure they will learn 4 languages.
Sounds stressful, but yeah, it's gonna be lovely when
our Department of Education, yes. They actually, they did this multilingualism so that the mother tongue, the local language, will not die. Otherwise, it will be one of the endangered language.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
Hopefully it answers a very detailed explanation will answer Jalu's question, Mas Jalu's question.
Sure.
All right. So We have a question again for you, Professor Lourdes,
Okay.
from one of our lecturer. Farhan is our
Okay.
lecturer. Farhan is also a Mandarin language teacher in Unesa, ma'am. So, however, in Indonesia, there are regulation. We have newest curriculum. Then the curriculum is called Merdeka Belajar, Freedom in Learning, from Ministry of Education, that requires students to study off campus for 2 semesters, so outside campus for 2 semesters, which reduces the time for students to spend learning Mandarin on campus. So meanwhile, the demand, on the other hand, the demand for Mandarin language proficiency in the job market is increasing. So it's a little bit contradict. So do you have any suggestion regarding the state of education in Indonesia? So how they should be?
Yeah, if that's the case, if they have off-campus 2 weeks, 2 weeks,
2 semesters,
2 semesters off-campus, why don't you send them to China to have immersion programs?
Nice.
Better to speak the language. Do you have Confucius Institute in Unesa?
Yes, we have.
Then ask Confucius Institute and ask the partner university to accept them, because we have a lot of programs for immersion. They can study there in order to learn the foreign language, immerse them in the country where that language is being spoken every day. In everything they do, they speak that language. Immersion programs. And sometimes the host university of your Confucius Institute will even pay for their, for their travel, accommodations, etc. There are a lot of programs. That's what we do with our students who are currently learning the Mandarin language. Exposure trips. And then we have another program wherein our Filipino students who were taking master's degree had their final examination in China in different corporations, because they are pursuing Master of Arts in Business Management. So what we did, we contacted Huawei, we contacted Dell, we contacted Tencent in Shenzhen to accept them. And then they discuss how to do business in China, how to do business in the Philippines. And that's where they had their final examination. Present what they know about the different strategies of dealing with China, with dealing with the Philippines, if they want to have foreign investments.
Nice.
Yes.
To maintain the Mandarin fluent as well. Yes. Hopefully, Pak Farhan noted your suggestion.
2 semesters is almost a year, 1 year, one academic year. 2 semesters. Yeah. Ask the host university of your Confucius Institute to sponsor them. Yeah, they can do that. There are a lot of programs. Or for everyday exposure to learn the language and practice the language, go to a Chinese restaurant. Let them read the menu and talk to the servers there and the owner, what this means, so and so. Check the menu and eat the Chinese food to appreciate the culture, the cuisine.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes. Well noted, Professor.
Yes, yes.
Great. Thank you for your explanation. Now let's move to Prastika Kesha Divani. a question for Professor Kisiani. So, Prof. Kis, that's the way how we call Professor Kisiani, Prof. Kis, our lovely colleague, yeah, for her. So, is there any other action, Prof. Kisiani, that we can do to encourage gender equity of voice and participation instead of the main textbooks, like fictional books that tells the students with an interesting story, so that the students in elementary school didn't feel bored when they read the textbooks. Okay, about the gender equity of voice.
Thank you, Ibu Ayunita.
Question from Prastika, Ibu Prastika, Ibu.
Ibu Prasita, from Ibu Prasita ya.
Prastika. Oh yeah, Prasita. Sorry, my bad.
Prasita. Yeah, I agree, Ibu Prasita. Like fictional books, yeah, that's the student with an interesting story, and many books from buku cerita anak. Let's read book can use the students to improve their literacy competency, gender responsive and social inclusion. I think many books can take from the internet now, and many books recommendation from Kementerian Pendidikan, Kemdikbud, from Kemdikbud. That's many books, and the good books, many books as responsive, gender responsive and social inclusion friendly too. And I think that is can make feel happy, not bored when they read the textbook, because many books have multimodal books. Like that. Thank you, Ibu. But Ibu Ayunita?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I have a question too for Ibu Lourdes.
All right.
Yes.
Professor Lourdes, Professor Kiki have a question.
At 9:44, could you scroll the chat? And at 9:44, I have a question for Ibu Lourdes.
Okay, give me a second.
9:44.
Oh, sorry. 9:40. Oh, wait.
Maybe Philippines have a language map, Ibu?
Yes. We have.
Of
You
the
should come to my university.
How many local languages?
There are more than 154.
Oh, 944
local languages. And then 19 local languages, mother tongue. That is the mother tongue, meaning they have to speak in a certain area. One of them is Kapampangan, which is very similar with Bahasa Indonesia. When you come to the Philippines, they will understand you if you will speak Bahasa, because your words are very, similar. Yeah.
How about the Ibu Ayunita?
Yes.
I ask, could you explain the endangered language and endangered local languages?
Endangered local language, Professor Lourdes. Is there any endangered local language, and how to how to cope this endangered local language so that it still exists? Tidak sampai
Actually, majority of our 19 mother tongue languages, local languages, are endangered. That is why the Department of Education came up with this program, which is multilingualism, meaning from kindergarten to grade 3, they have to speak their local language, because they are dying. They cannot speak the mother tongue anymore, because what they know is English. That is why the parents, the grandparents are very worried about them. The local language is dying. That's why the Ministry of Education said the first 3 years, they should speak the local language. And then after 3 years, whether they remember, whether they were able to speak or whatever, they will move to the second phase, which is to learn the national language, Tagalog. And after that, English. And after that, foreign language. So they have to learn 4 languages when they graduate. So it's really very challenging.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. That is the same condition with Indonesia. I think that is the same condition.
Yes. You really have to focus in order to learn another language. But you know how the youth are now. They would rather Google or something. They don't want to go to the library anymore because it's very easy. Just Google. Social media is the problem. They don't want to research. They do not even know how to, you know, identify the books in the library. That is also, skill is also dying, library skills, which we know very well. We know the Library of Congress, we know the Dewey Decimal Classification of Books, encyclopedia we used before when we research. Now, because of social media, Google, click the information, everything will be there. Just ready on the plate. That is why professors are struggling now when artificial intelligence will come in. The GPT.
Yeah. That's true.
Thank you.
So the next,
and now robotics. We do not know. That's our challenge all over the world.
Yes. So the next research topic will be how to cope with AI to
sure.
to protect our languages.
Exactly. Yes, that's right. Because the language is part of the culture. You will not understand the culture without knowing the language, right? They go hand in hand. They're both, very important.
Exactly. Thank you, Professor Laudes and Professor Kisiani. Now we move to Dr. Fazila. So, Dr. Fazila, we have some questions left here for you. Give me a second, wait. Give me a second. Oh yeah, this is a question from Bu Prasita still. So Bu Prasita asks to each of you, but this is for Dr. Fazila. So according to your conclusion, Dr. Fazila, about that Zapin could spread by using the digitalization now on, but some of district or area still didn't know how to use the technology. So the question is, in your opinion, is it important to provide a program that related to Zapin culture for people who still lack of digitalization?
Yes, so, thank you for the question, Madam Prasita. I think, in my opinion, it is very important. That's why in one of my activities in the research, I went to a performance, face-to-face performance in Parit Bugis Muang, whereby it is being inhabited by most of the people there are Javanese, right? So that is one of the ways to preserve the heritage. And for this digitalization, it happened because of the pandemic last time. And it seems that everybody was like, we became static, you know? And because of that, some of the practitioners, they teach using YouTube, or the most important one of the most important social media was TikTok and also YouTube. So they use YouTube to teach. So that is one of the ways. But for those who are still internet, being traditional is really important. All right, traditional for me, in my opinion, personal opinion, things need to be traditional, probably because of our age, right? So you need to be traditional, but face to face, even in what you call it, even in classes, I think face to face communication is still important. Yes. I hope that really answer Madam Prasita's question. Thank you.
All right. So at first it is because of the condition where we cannot meet people in person. So since we need to still deliver the information about Zapin, then you do the digitalization. Nice. That's a big solution then. All right, thank you, Dr. Fazila. Actually, there's one more question, but allow me to pen the question and move to Professor Lourdes again, because Ibu Prasita asked for 3 panelists at once. So this is for Professor Lourdes. So what are the opportunities and challenges presented by multilingualism, especially on Filipino-Chinese language? How might multilingualism benefit individuals, enhance communities, enrich cultures, and foster social cohesion?
Yeah, if you are, everybody, I'm sure they will agree that if you know several languages, particularly Mandarin, your career development will be promising. You can be accepted anywhere, because remember, now we cannot ignore China. Whether we like it or not, China is in our midst, no? Because China is the biggest story of our lives. It will shape the future because it is the second economic power. Now, if you know Mandarin language, aside from your local and national language, when you can find the job anywhere. It's not only an ordinary job, but a lot of multinational companies are now searching for people who are very proficient in Mandarin language. No, we have a lot of economic zones around the world, and they need speakers of Mandarin language, so as to be able to maybe do business with them, maybe a lot of things that you can do, because, you know, everything we use a lot of times is made in China. I went to the US, and everything I use, from my clothes down the shoes, they're all made in China. Everything assembled in China, manufactured in China, etc. So if you want your career development to be, you know, direction on and to soar high and reach greater heights, then you should know, you should be proficient in Mandarin language.
Yes, actually, some of the answer of some of Bu Prasita questions already explained previously. And yes, thank you for engaging the response, ma'am. Thank you. Now back again to Dr. Fadila. Oh, Dr. Fazila, sorry. In your research, this is a question from Ilham as a Firdaus. Could you explain what is AI or digitization? Oh, sorry for my slip of tongue. On your research.
I have also a problem with the pronunciation.
Because what is common one in my mind is digitalization.
Yes.
It's quite challenging.
All right. I think I have answered that in the chat. So digitalization is more on using social media, YouTube, video cameras. Digitization is you use the movement and make it into AI, like if you watch the movie Avatar. So I use one of the questions that I showed some movement from AI, and it seems that most of the respondents, they don't like it. You know, they say that traditional dances need to be shown traditionally. All right, it can be on YouTube or it can be on TikTok to teach, but in terms, if we want to use avatar, they will not like it. All right, especially we cannot merge with the pantun. All right, the lyric, the song lyrics, especially, which is like with the song lyrics, it's really important for us to expand and learn about it. That because lyrics in the songs, it create moves in the communication, or it creates justifications of and representations of a culture or of people. Right, so sometimes when we listen to the song, it will bring us like some of the mood, whereby this is quite interesting if you use Crest and Van Leeuwen on multimodality to do research or to analyze. All right, I think that really answers the questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Actually, that's the answer for my question. Thank you very much. Deeply sorry, our dearest panelists and the participants, that we come to the end of this session. Actually, if we have offline conference, then I will spend more time with you three, because you are so precious with your knowledge and information. And yeah, of course, it's very enrich our knowledge, and we know now about how we engage with multilingualism and to be multilingualist someday, though it's quite challenging, of course. And Professor Kristiani already, introduced us to the graded book, which are very, helpful to introduce gender equality to our young learners at school. And I think parents should also read these books, Prof. Kis. Parents also learn, because parents nowadays are the products of the previous knowledge, at school, when they were at school. And for Dr. Fazila, many thanks and big love from Solo and Indonesia. Yes, you know this sign. Thank you for sharing about Zapin and tell us the history of Zapin and how part of Indonesian culture, also part of Zapin to some extent there. It's so, precious. Yes, as before we end up our session, the committee of Port Iccsal would like to give token appreciation for our beautiful and prideful and beloved panelists now in the first session. So let's start with Professor Kristiani first. The committee will give you a certificate as the panelist, ma'am. So hold on. Our photographer will capture a picture of you next to the certificate. Okay, Mas Farhan, you are ready? Tell me then you are ready. We'll take the picture. Mas Farhan or the other committee? Sudahkah?
Yep, done.
Yes.
Oh, okay, done. Okay, tell me if it's done.
Thank you.
Sudah? All right. Okay, next is, thank you. Next to Dr. Fazila. So on my screen, on your right side is the certificate, ma'am. So have a lovely face there. One, okay, Mas Farhan, you may count. 1, 2, 3. Sudah?
Done.
All right. Oh, ini bukan Mas Farhan ternyata. Okay, next. Sudah ya? Okay, next is Professor Lourdes. Last but not least, Prof. Lourdes. Could you do me a favor with the spotlight, operator? Spotlightnya belum diganti ya. All right, this is with Prof. Lourdes. Smile, Professor. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think done. Is it done?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very
Once
much.
again, participants, give applause for our valuable and insightful panelists today. Hope your three are still in good condition and can wait to see you here in our campus. And have a lovely weekend. You three make my weekend is what a lovely weekend to spend with. Thank you very much. I'm Ayunita. I give it to Miss Cecile. Over to you, Miss Cecile. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, Ms. Ayunita, as well as to our inspiring keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Kisyani. Terima kasih banyak, Ibu. And then to Dr. Siti Nurbazela, thank you. And Professor Lourdes, maraming salamat. Salamat po. And also to our moderator, Mrs. Ayunita. We hope that you enjoyed our first plenary session and gained even more insights from our respective keynote speakers. We will now have a 10-minute break before moving on to the parallel session. For the presenters, we encourage you to rejoin the main room on time in about 10 minutes. Thank you and see you in a while.
Dr. Lu, thank you very much. Prof. Kis, Dr. Fazela, thank you. Dr. Lu,
Salamat.
selamat, selamat.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Salamat.
Prof. Kis, selamat.
As a university that anchors on an educational basis, Universitas Negeri Surabaya is now expanding its wings. Unesa is committed to continue moving one step ahead in order to prepare children of the nation to be resistant in facing the challenges of the future while answering global demands. With 3 campuses in East Java that are integrated with each other, Unesa is ready to extend to various public, enabling them to pursue higher education. The main campus is located in Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are the Rectorate Building, the Institute of Education and Professional Certification Building, as well as 3 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports Sciences, as well as a postgraduate school. Ketintang campus, which is the oldest campus, has 5 faculty buildings, including Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. One of the programs that continues to be improved is the opening of multi-campus located in Magetan Regency. This program then primes Unesa to be a university with the best higher education facilities.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang Unesa. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan. Juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Welcome to the home of the champions, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Gaining improvement and achievements, Unesa is ready to give the best contribution in creating a generation that is excellent in education and strong in science. Creating a healthy learning ecosystem, Unesa strives to provide the best service with a variety of qualified facilities on national or international scales. Unesa remains committed to providing excellent and friendly service for persons with disabilities, supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and continues moving to realize a conservation and environmentally friendly campus. Realizing higher education autonomy that is independent, Unesa has become a state university as legal entity in accordance with the government regulation of the Republic of Indonesia, number 37 of 2022. The sustainability of Unesa in implementing quality education continues to develop in order to give competitive graduates with the establishment of medicine study programs and medical professional education. More than 1,900 national and international scientific journals authored by our lecturers have been published. Unesa also set a record in the Indonesian Record Museum as a collaboration campus with 837 vocational schools in East Java simultaneously as an implementation of the Emancipated Learning Program. Having been accredited A institutionally, Unesa continues to improve the quality of educational study programs following international standards through ASEAN accreditation and AQUAS accreditation. Unesa opens opportunities for all societies from diverse backgrounds to continue growing into a generation of quality with global insight.
Unesa menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu Unesa tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya, tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Aspek hukum. Artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh Unesa itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga apa kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat, jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas, tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, Unesa terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Selain itu, Unesa juga mengembangkan Science Technopark, inkubator bisnis teknologi, untuk mendukung terwujudnya universitas yang entrepreneur. Dan dalam pemeringkatan, Unesa berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya Unesa punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini. Baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya, mewujudkan ya, program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS Unesa jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena selain dosennya ramah-ramah, temannya juga asik-asik, lingkungannya asli dan tenang yang bikin kuliah saya itu lancar sampai dengan lulus. Dan juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen pendidikan bahasa Jepang di Politeknik Layaran Surabaya dan juga penyiar di PT Jawa Pos Media Televisi.
Unesa, satu langkah di depan.
Oh, ada absennya lah. Udah, telat.
Welcome back to the main event. After this, we are going to start right away with our parallel session. For our parallel session, please proceed to the assigned breakout rooms. On your bottom right corner, you will see there are 8 breakout rooms that you can join according to your schedule. Please refer to the program book that we have already distributed in the WhatsApp group, as well as in the chat box on Zoom. In the breakout room, you will then be welcomed by moderators who will be in charge of the flow of the presentation. If there are any questions, please don't hesitate to chat on Zoom so that the committee can assist you. You are also welcome to join any other rooms once you are done with your presentation. Thank you and good luck with all of your presentations. Again, please proceed to your assigned breakout rooms. You can also check on the program book that has been distributed in the WhatsApp group, as well as in the Zoom chat for your schedule as well. On your bottom right corner, you will see that there are 8 breakout rooms that you can join according to your schedule. Please refer to the program book that we have already distributed in the WhatsApp group as well as in the chat box on Zoom. For the committee, can you please reshare the program book? Thank you.
Excuse me, how to find out the division of the room? Hello?
Universitas Negeri Surabaya is now expanding its wings. Unesa is committed to continue moving one step ahead in order to prepare children of the nation to be resistant in facing the challenges of the future while answering global demands. With 3 campuses in East Java that are integrated with each other, Unesa is ready to extend to various public, enabling them to pursue higher education. The main campus is located in Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are the Rectorate Building, the Institute of Education and Professional Certification Building, as well as 3 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports Sciences, as well as a postgraduate school. Ketintang campus, which is the oldest campus, has 5 faculty buildings including Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. One of the programs that continues to be improved is the opening of multi-campus located in Magetan Regency. This program then primes Unesa to be a university with the best higher education facilities.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang Unesa. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Welcome to the home of the champions, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Gaining improvement and achievements, Unesa is ready to give the best contribution in creating a generation that is excellent in education and strong in science. Creating a healthy learning ecosystem, Unesa strives to provide the best service with a variety of qualified facilities on national or international scales. Unesa remains committed to providing excellent and friendly service for persons with disabilities, supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and continues moving to realize a conservation and environmentally friendly campus. Realizing higher education autonomy that is independent, Unesa has become a state university as legal entity in accordance with the government regulation of the Republic of Indonesia, number 37 of 2022. The sustainability of Unesa in implementing quality education continues to develop in order to give competitive graduates with the establishment of medicine study programs and medical professional education. More than 1,900 national and international scientific journals authored by our lecturers have been published. Unesa also set a record in the Indonesian Record Museum as a collaboration campus with 837 vocational schools in East Java simultaneously as an implementation of the Emancipated Learning Program. Having been accredited A institutionally, Unesa continues to improve the quality of educational study programs following international standards, through ASEAN accreditation and Aquas accreditation. Unesa opens opportunities for all societies from diverse backgrounds to continue growing into a generation of quality with global insight.
Unesa menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu Unesa tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya, tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Aspek hukum, artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh Unesa itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya, jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS, itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga apa kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat, jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas, tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, Unesa terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Selain itu, Unesa juga mengembangkan Science Technopark, inkubator bisnis teknologi, untuk mendukung terwujudnya universitas yang entrepreneurial. Dan dalam pemeringkatan, Unesa berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya Unesa punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini, baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya, mewujudkan ya program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS Unesa jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena selain dosennya ramah-ramah, temannya juga asik-asik, lingkungannya asri dan tenang yang bikin kuliah saya itu lancar sampai dengan lulus. Dan juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang di Politeknik Layaran Surabaya dan juga penyiar di PT Jawa Pos Media Televisi.
Unesa, satu langkah di depan.
As a university that anchors on an educational basis, Universitas Negeri Surabaya is now expanding its wings. Unesa is committed to continue moving one step ahead in order to prepare children of the nation to be resistant in facing the challenges of the future while answering global demands. With 3 campuses in East Java that are integrated with each other, Unesa is ready to extend to various public, enabling them to pursue higher education. The main campus is located in Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are the Rectorate Building, the Institute of Education and Professional Certification Building, as well as 3 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports Sciences, as well as a postgraduate school. Katintang campus, which is the oldest campus, has 5 faculty buildings including Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. One of the programs that continues to be improved is the opening of multi-campus located in Magetan Regency. This program then primes Unesa to be a university with the best higher education facilities.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang Unesa. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Welcome to the home of the champions, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Gaining improvement and achievements, Unesa is ready to give the best contribution in creating a generation that is excellent in education and strong in science. Creating a healthy learning ecosystem, Unesa strives to provide the best service with a variety of qualified facilities on national or international scales. Unesa remains committed to providing excellent and friendly service for persons with disabilities, supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and continues moving to realize a conservation and environmentally friendly campus. Realizing higher education autonomy that is independent, Unesa has become a state university as legal entity in accordance with the government regulation of the Republic of Indonesia, number 37 of 2022. The sustainability of Unesa in implementing quality education continues to develop in order to give competitive graduates with the establishment of medicine study programs and medical professional education. More than 1,900 national and international scientific journals authored by our lecturers have been published. Unesa also set a record in the Indonesian Record Museum as a collaboration campus with 837 vocational schools in East Java simultaneously as an implementation of the Emancipated Learning Program. Having been accredited A institutionally, Unesa continues to improve the quality of educational study programs following international standards through ASEAN accreditation and AQUAS accreditation. Unesa opens opportunities for all societies from diverse backgrounds to continue growing into a generation of quality with global insight.
Unesa menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu Unesa tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya, tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Aspek hukum. Artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh Unesa itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS, itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga apa kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat, jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas, tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, Unesa terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Selain itu, Unesa juga mengembangkan Science Technopark, inkubator bisnis teknologi, untuk mendukung terwujudnya universitas yang entrepreneur. Dan dalam pemeringkatan, Unesa berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya Unesa punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini. Baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya, mewujudkan ya program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS Unesa jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena selain dosennya ramah-ramah, temannya juga asik-asik, lingkungannya asri dan tenang yang bikin kuliah saya itu lancar sampai dengan lulus. Dan juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang di Politeknik Pelayaran Surabaya dan juga penyiar di PT Jawa Pos Media Televisi.
Unesa, satu langkah di depan.
As a university that anchors on an educational basis, Universitas Negeri Surabaya is now expanding its wings. Unesa is committed to continue moving one step ahead in order to prepare children of the nation to be resistant in facing the challenges of the future while answering global demands. With 3 campuses in East Java that are integrated with each other, Unesa is ready to extend to various public, enabling them to pursue higher education. The main campus is located in Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are the Rectorate Building, the Institute of Education and Professional Certification Building, as well as 3 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports Sciences, as well as a postgraduate school. Katintang campus, which is the oldest campus, has 5 faculty buildings, including Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. One of the programs that continues to be improved is the opening of multi-campus located in Magetan Regency. This program then primes Unesa to be a university with the best higher education facilities.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang Unesa. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Welcome to the home of the champions, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Gaining improvement and achievements, Unesa is ready to give the best contribution in creating a generation that is excellent in education and strong in science. Creating a healthy learning ecosystem, Unesa strives to provide the best service with a variety of qualified facilities on national or international scales. Unesa remains committed to providing excellent and friendly service for persons with disabilities, supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and continues moving to realize a conservation and environmentally friendly campus. Realizing higher education autonomy that is independent, Unesa has become a state university as legal entity in accordance with the government regulation of the Republic of Indonesia, number 37 of 2022. The sustainability of Unesa in implementing quality education continues to develop in order to give competitive graduates with the establishment of medicine study programs and medical professional education. More than 1,900 national and international scientific journals authored by our lecturers have been published. Unesa also set a record in the Indonesian Record Museum as a collaboration campus with 837 vocational schools in East Java simultaneously as an implementation of the Emancipated Learning Program. Having been accredited A institutionally, Unesa continues to improve the quality of educational study programs following international standards through ASEAN accreditation and AQUAS accreditation. Unesa opens opportunities for all societies from diverse backgrounds to continue growing into a generation of quality with global insight.
Unesa menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu Unesa tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya, tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Aspek hukum. Artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh Unesa itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS, itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga apa kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat, jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas, tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, Unesa terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Selain itu, Unesa juga mengembangkan Science Technopark, inkubator bisnis teknologi, untuk mendukung terwujudnya universitas yang entrepreneurial. Dan dalam pemeringkatan, Unesa berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya Unesa punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini, baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya, mewujudkan ya program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS Unesa jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena selain dosennya ramah-ramah, temannya juga asik-asik, lingkungannya asri dan tenang yang bikin kuliah saya itu lancar sampai dengan lulus. Dan juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang di Politeknik Pelayaran Surabaya dan juga penyiar di PT Jawa Pos Media Televisi.
Unesa, satu langkah di depan.
As a university that anchors on an educational basis, Universitas Negeri Surabaya is now expanding its wings. Unesa is committed to continue moving one step ahead in order to prepare children of the nation to be resistant in facing the challenges of the future while answering global demands. With 3 campuses in East Java that are integrated with each other, Unesa is ready to extend to various public, enabling them to pursue higher education. The main campus is located in Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are the Rectorate Building, the Institute of Education and Professional Certification Building, as well as 3 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports Sciences, as well as a postgraduate school. Katintang campus, which is the oldest campus, has 5 faculty buildings including Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. One of the programs that continues to be improved is the opening of multi-campus located in Magetan Regency. This program then primes Unesa to be a university with the best higher education facilities.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang Unesa. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul.
Welcome back to the main room. Welcome back to the 4th International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics. Congratulations to all authors who have already presented their papers in the first parallel session. You can now relax and listen to the second session. To the authors who are still going to present, please stay calm and stay tuned. Now, we will soon begin the second plenary session. Similar to the first plenary session, we will be having 2 wonderful speakers. The first one, we have Dr. Carmen van den Berg from Leiden University, the Netherlands. Goedemorgen, Dr. Carmen. Aangenaam.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Oh, dank u wel. And also we have Dr. Clive Hilton from the Open University, UK. Without further ado, I would also like to invite our moderator to take over. Dr. Himawan Adi, are you there?
Yes,
Dr. Himawan,
Cecile.
the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Clive Hilton. Good morning, Dr. Carmen. I know it's almost 7 a.m. in UK, right? And it is almost 8 a.m. in Leiden, Dr. Carmen. Right. Yes. First of all, allow me to express our grateful and also gratitude for the opportunity of having both of you very excellent keynote speakers that we are going to have for the second plenary session for this fourth Iccsal conference. Thank you very much, Dr. Clive and Dr. Carmen, for joining this conference. So before we're going to listen to the presentations delivered by Dr. Clive and Dr. Carmen, so we're going to read a little bit of the curriculum vitae of our both distinguished presenters today. Allow me to start with Dr. Carmen van den Berg. So Dr. Carmen is an assistant professor in Italian literature at the Leiden University Center for Arts in Society. And then she is also the director of the Italian Language and Culture Department. She is a track leader for Italian in the MA Literary Studies. She is also a quarter master for the new BA program in modern languages. She is currently working in Belgium at the University of Leuven as a senior research fellow for the Flemish Council for Scientific Research. And her research specializations are Italian modernism, prose writings during the Italian interwar, neo-realism in film and literature, archival research, and the literary canon and digital humanities. For today's presentations, Dr. Carmen will deliver the topic on literary mapping, challenges for an interdisciplinary approach. Okay, so let me move on with the second presenter, Dr. Clive Hilton. Dr. Clive Hilton is a senior lecturer in Design, Faculty of Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics Schools of Engineering and Innovation. And his research interests are centered around why Chinese design students studying in the UK. So statistically underattained in comparison to other international and domestic students. And his research interest also covers internationalization of curricula, internationalized design pedagogy in higher education, online design course delivery paradigms, hybrid learning spaces, mechanisms for overcoming language limitation among international learners, and transferable creativity, processes of ideation. His teaching interests are pragmatic design pedagogy, special interest in international students, and techniques for narrowing attainment gaps. For today's presentations, Dr. Clive Hilton will present Pragmatic Design Pedagogy, a remedial strategy for addressing language deficit, negative perceptions of cultural difference, and the influence of learning space dynamics. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the participants of the fourth Iccsal conference. Without further ado, let me invite Dr. Carmen to start our second plenary session today. Dr. Carmen?
Yes, let me first maybe share my screen. I have here a PowerPoint for you. Can you see it?
It's on the women. Yes, we can see it now.
You can see it, yes. Let me first, thank everybody for this wonderful invitation and this meeting. I first want to put it, yes, in widescreen. So today we will talk about literary mapping and some challenges for an interdisciplinary approach. So I want to thank the conveners, the organizers, and specifically also Mohammed Rokib, who was very gentle in assisting me during these months of preparations. So a small abstract. The main questions I will tackle today are, can digital methods and tools help us to answer age-old questions in literary studies from a new perspective? And in what sense is the digital world an added value for our field? Isn't it very time consuming? And what if you're not that handy with computers? But above all, we're talking about literature. Can one quantify aesthetic interpretations? So all these questions will be raised in this very brief lecture, and I will try to stay within the 25 minutes and half an hour. So it's wonderful to be here because we can share ideas, we can share best practices in this vibrant research community. And I've been gaining interest in combining digital humanities with my fields, literary studies and cultural heritage, during the past years. It grew exponentially and, let's say, almost naturally, because we're working more and more with digital collections, with new tools, and also in an interdisciplinary approach, we are working together with other experts. And this is a great way to foster innovation and to explore potential co-creation. Of course, we cannot tackle everything, so I will focus today on literary mapping and cartography, because that is also the main topic of this conference. So let's briefly share some challenges. It is true that working in an interdisciplinary way can be innovative, but it can also be complicated. Innovative because we work with new methods, with new tools, but it can be complicated for people who are not used to work with these kind of methods, and it takes time to get acquainted to it. It is, of course, collaborative because you can work with a vibrant DH community, with creators, with programmers, but it can also be slow in that sense that, you have to communicate very well, you have to explicitly explain where you want to go, what the goals are of your research, and that is not always easy when you don't talk the same language, in the sense when you don't, when you're not from the same field. It is actual, so it can be impactful working with DH, but some see it also as something luxurious because, of course, conferences, trainings, programs can be very expensive. So now let me debunk these challenges, and we can also see that the challenges match your conference letters. So the Iccsal is the perfect place to talk about these problems, so to say. And we will briefly see that maybe they are not that problematic. I start to use digital humanities in my research, but now I'm also applying it into my teaching. So it doesn't have to be complicated, slow, and luxurious. You can start with easy tools. You can also enjoy the process of working together, even if it takes sometimes in the beginning. You learn from each other, you can share, which gives you a lot of pleasure, and you, in the end, you can also get things done once you have created your team and your network. Also, there are a lot of online free events and trainings, so it doesn't have to be expensive in a certain way. And for example, I was invited here because I organize the yearly summer school of literary studies and digital humanities, and also other trainings at Leiden University, which work interdisciplinary. And these are mostly for free or at a very, very low cost. We also try to keep it fun and to add music when we start the day. And it's a full program with a lot of sessions and trainings from experts in the field. but we also, try to keep it fun. I see that there are some remarks in the chat, but I cannot answer during the talk, so we'll read it later. So, yes. We have here some images of tools we can use in a very easy way without being too complicated. And in that sense, your research and your teaching can be at the same time quantitative and also qualitative. So let's dive into some case studies today. I selected just a few of them because of time. So yeah. You can work with all these digital collections with markup languages, style recognition. So also some concrete names. I don't want to make publicity, but most of them are also freely available. So, or they have a free trial period. So, yes, we already said this, literary studies and the age, they look like two completely different fields. They're very broad, but there are also some misconceptions about it. And for example, that literary studies is not that scientific because it's mainly interpretative. And the age is only for computer nerds. Well, that is not true. We can use countability data facts to also study literary works, for example. So the dialogue creates a new focus, creates an innovative approach, and also you can make it more visible sometimes. And sometimes you want to show something, but when you see it on a map or you see it visualized, it can appeal to you immediately. And you can show it also to a broader audience. And mostly we can work with free open access tools, following the FAIR approach. So it can sound intimidating. We don't have normally programming skills, or we don't know all the markup languages when we first start as literary scholars. So it's not easy to start working with programs like Python or RStudio, but we can start with some easy tools. So of course, I didn't learn this by myself. I had the support of experts like cartographers such as Giovanni Pietro Vitali, who works in Paris, or Alessio Aletta from Toronto, Simone Rebora from Verona, etc., etc. We also have the other colleagues from Leiden University who helped me with research and with programs. The first small program I want to show you is really very easy. I mean, I can work with it, my students can work with it. It is actually not more than a PowerPoint, but actually, as you can see, you can make visual maps and you can add colors to it, pictures to it. I will maybe show you briefly how it works from the inside. Then you can really feel the user friendliness of the program. It is also a free open access, so there's no cost related to that. You just need to make an account. Why do we use this kind of programs? Maybe I just exit for a second and I share you the story map itself. I've made a small tour. Let me share the screen. Yes. I hope you can see it. So actually, this is the back office, and you can see here we made some slides. You can add a title. You can add pictures. Let's see. And when I click on edit, I can work here inside. So it's actually really, really easy. What was the point of this map? The point of this map was actually to show Italian traces, Italian heritage in the city of Leiden. So we have a Dutch city, which is very international still today. The main group of expats are Italians, and this is not something new. So we tried to use this map to show how actually Italian traces, historical places, historical figures, literary representations, everything receives another color, of course, can be still presented today. So a very easy tool. And yeah, I will tell you why we use these kind of things, and I will go back to my slides. Sorry for the switching. So it's called NightLab. You just need an account and you can create a digital map. It is also a collaborative space, so you can work with more people on it. I see it as an open archive. Why? You start with one place and then you research a little bit more, and then you have 2, 3, 4 places. And before you know, your map keeps expanding. And I see it as a still ongoing project, even if we have now 40 places mapped. We keep adding things, and we can now do a walking tour, we can do a bike tour in the city of Leiden with Italian traces. It is a nice visualization tool to show hidden heritage, hidden places, and we can also use it as a social activity, because from this map we not only put our research into it, and we used library sources, letters, many kinds of traditional research tools, but we can now also use it for the broader public. I see it as a citizen science project, because we actually do tourism walks in the city of Leiden. So we did that last May and June, and we had more than 100 registrations. So people wanted to come along and do the walking tour with us. And it is, of course, easy applicable to other research questions. You can do the African or the Indonesian or the French hidden heritage in whatever city or country or continent you want. So the map, you can expand it to your own needs. And here you have some pictures of the free tours we did in Leiden with our students and with our assistants doing the guiding. So that's a very first, very low profile tool you can use. Yes, I already showed you the example. The pros are, of course, it's easy, open source and accessible, but of course there are some things you miss when you really want to do some... Is there a question for the public? No. So if you want to do something more complex, you want to show connections, or you want to show more interpretation, then it's useful to start using other tools, like, for example, Atlas or Carto, which I will show you very briefly in a minute. Of course, these cartographic tools have, like NightLab, they have the limitation that it's only for real places, because you really have to click on it on a map. And it's only for recent times, so you cannot go back to the Middle Ages or the Renaissance period, whereas in Carto that is possible. So you can also add your own map. And that's what leads me to Carto. It's a very more complex program. You also have to upload a database, which is actually an easy Excel file, but you have to also have real places. So it works very well with real geographical places, so letters that have an address or address books. It's amazing what you can do with an address book. And but is it also applicable to literary works? And that is then the question: what with fictional places. Now, you also have to be aware that if you're working with books, you're working with sometimes places that are mentioned, for example, in Berlin, Alexanderplatz, which is a novel, a modernist novel written by Dublin. The author uses real places, but of course, the characters are not real. So you don't have to forget that you're working with literary genre. And we try to make a database based on several books. So this is, for example, an Italian book. What you have to do is start your Excel file with latitude and longitude. So you find these data easily when you click on Google Maps. So you need the coordinates of the real place. And then these database can be uploaded very easily in Carto, and then it shows you the map. And then it looks like this. And of course, maybe these were just a few letters I uploaded here. So you see here mostly Italy, France, and Belgium. But if you add more and more letters, so these were just 15 letters. But you can imagine if you put thousands of letters, then it visualizes much more. Underneath, you also see a timeline. So you can work with a lot of more interpretative features, timelines, themes, legendas, dots. You can also switch colors, or you can make a heat map. What works very well are letters. So this is not Carto. Here we are into a tool called From the Page. What did I do? I first upload 1,500 letters. I give them a code, and then I can start transcribing it. So you see here the picture of a letter and the transcription made by my students and my assistants. And they did it manually, and they also tagged dates and places manually. You can also make use of a transcription tool, for example, Transcribus, who can transcribe automatically all the letters, and then you can, of course, manually correct it. And here I come to another point. Doing DH is mainly a work of group, because it is impossible that I by myself as a researcher make this archive of 1,500 letters, transcribe them all, correct them all, put them in a map visualizing tool, adding all the data. I mean, this is a work that could cost me ages. So the nice thing of doing this in a team is that eventually things work faster, because you work in a group, and it's also nice to keep busy together. So I used here From the Page, Transcribus, and Carto for this letter database. You can apply it to letters, you can apply it to novels, but be aware when you're working with literary genres, then it's sometimes more difficult, because sometimes you have invented places. You cannot put them on a map. So in the last 5 minutes, I want to introduce you the curious case of a very known writer in Italy, but we don't know who she really is. So it's one of the best-selling novelists. The name is Elena Ferrante. Maybe you saw the series, but it's a mysterious author. Here we see the translator. Hillary Clinton is fan of Elena Ferrante. She sold more than 10,000, I think it's now 16 million copies in 40 different countries. And she's known as the most best-selling Italian author, but we don't know who she is. So how can we now research the identity of the author? This is a very old, typical research question in literary studies. It's about the question of authorship. Who is she and how can we discover the identity? So now I know that you are thinking aloud, oh yes, we can do this and we can do this. And how can we make use of digital tools to discover the identity? You have probably many ideas. This is Marco Santagata, one of Italy's most famous critics. He does not use digital tools. He did everything manually, and his approach was textual. He said, let me take a book of Elena Ferrante. I look at all the places where the protagonist is going, and then I will find the places where she lived. But of course, his conclusion was not that accurate. It's written here, he did a very accurate reading. Yes, that is true. And he also had a conclusion. Elena Ferrante is Marcella Marmo because the dates where the protagonist was studying in Pisa, the places she lived in, for him, it was very clear Marcella Marmo was Elena Ferrante. So what happened? He said this to the press. He came on television. I discovered who Elena Ferrante is. And the next day, the entire crew, the television crew, was in front of the house of Marcella Marmo. You can imagine this professor at the University of Pisa said, what is happening? Why is everybody in my garden? Of course, she said, it's wrong. It is not me. I didn't wrote the novel. I am not Elena Ferrante. So what went wrong? He presumed that the places in the book were real places. And he presumed that the protagonist, the main character of the book, was the alter ego of the writer. So that was not correct. But there are other ways to discover. So this was a textual approach. He did a cartographic study, but he didn't make any maps. So you could actually do that if you want, and you could go and look for all the places in the book, use the tools I showed you, Carto, for example. But of course, you need somebody who first makes a plain version of the text. And you know, the books of Elena Ferrante are very thick. So also here, you need people who can do that, who can clean up the texts. And that is, again, a collaborative approach. You cannot do that on your own. But fortunately, there are already open source communities. Whenever somebody cleans a text, they put it online and you can freely download it. Of course, you just quote the work of the people who did that. And in that way, you can add up your work to the work of others. I already showed you some tools. Nightlab, Carto, Recogito are fine for this. You can search in the text with Recogito. Let's see, to uncover the style. Simone Gatto, Di Stefano, and Gallella did another approach. They used books of some authors to see if they match with the style of Elena Ferrante. Also here, they did it manually, and they highlighted passages. But of course, one book with another, that is not much evidence. It's not enough data. So what happens then, you can use digital tools, for example, RStudio, to compare not 2 books, but hundreds of books. That is not something you can do manually. You have to do that digitally with stylometry. So it has been done by Tuzzi and Cortellazzo, and to be brief, they concluded that Starnone, which is a male author, compared to the works of Elena Ferrante, is very similar. So here they added not 1 book, but hundreds of books of several authors. Of course, you could also argue maybe the author that wrote the books of Elena Ferrante is not included, but of course many ways were pointing to, many evidences were pointing to Sternone. You can see they are very, very similar. So I don't have time to delve deeper into this, but I conclude. Yes, there is also somebody who hacked the banking accounts of the editor to see where the money went, and that's also a digital tool in a certain sense. But it led again to Domenico Sternone and his wife Anita Raya. So all these clues together and all these digital methods can help us to solve ancient literary research questions about authorship. My student did another research about this book. The male protagonist in the book is Nico Sternone, so Nino Saratore, which is very similar to Domenico Sternone, and she used for this Voyant tools, which is a very easy tool again, and then you can look up names that pop up easily. And that was a bit her research. So I think my time is up. So I conclude here that people try to invite Elena Ferrante to see if she shows up. Sometimes it helps, and you give a lot of money, and in the end, the author says, I have to have the money, so I will reveal my identity. But Elena Ferrante didn't do that. She never shows up whenever she wins a literary prize, she or he. But they are sending, the editor is sending actresses to read the speeches, read the words of Elena Ferrante, because the main idea behind it is that it's not the person of the author that counts, but it's more the text in itself and the meaning that counts. So I try to show you very briefly some challenges of using digital tools, cartographic tools, and literary studies. They are innovative as an approach. Are they complicated? Maybe in the beginning, but if you use it in a constructive way, you build it up very easily from small tools to more complicated tools. You can grow with it, and you can grow in a community because it's collaborative. It can be slow, but at the same time, it is very nice to work in a team, and you can do things simultaneously. It is impactful, and it doesn't have to be luxurious because there are very many low-cost options and opportunities. So thank you very much. This was my presentation for today.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Carmen. So it was very interesting, and hopefully later on after Dr. Clive presents sessions, we will be able to continue with the question and answer session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we move on with the Dr. Clive Hilton. Dr. Clive. You are still muted, Dr. Clive. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Right.
Genius. Yeah, thank you, Carmen. That's great. I'll share my screen. Can you see that, hopefully? Is that visible to you?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Okay, just bear with me then. How's that?
It's on the way. There you go.
Right,
yeah,
okay.
I can see it. All right.
Yeah, so I'll go big screen. Well, thank you very much for inviting me all. So this, I'll try and keep it brief. So this is based on my PhD research, which is essentially trying to understand why Chinese design students studying in the UK underachieve in comparison to other international and indeed domestic students. Why is this subject important in the context of this conference? Well, I think one of the things that struck me about this conference is that it's looking at issues of language and space and identity that are so important in the world today. I mean, the world's in a very difficult place. There's a whole ton of environmental and political situations that make communication and cooperation across nations very difficult. My own personal view is that actually the more people understand about other cultures, then fear and anxieties disappear, and there is a need for us to collaborate and creatively solve the problems in front of us. And the key to this, I was fascinated by your presentation of your facilities. The key to this, of course, is education, isn't it? So education is really about enlightenment. It's about understanding the value of cultural difference and the idea that other cultures have a perspective on a particular situation that not necessarily one particular culture possesses. And I'm keen to demonstrate across this presentation why I think cultural difference is beneficial to all students, all learners. So at the heart of my PhD, I think, it is this little statement. I think this sums up the human condition. It's not mine, adapted from Murray and Klucoin. Every person is, in certain respects, like all other people. Every person, in certain respects, is like some other people. And every person, in certain respects, is like no other person. So we're all human beings. We all are raised in a culture, so we have certain cultural affiliations, but actually each individual exists as an individual, unique to themselves. So the methodology I created, because there was none, frankly, in my field of research, there was nothing out there. And the only literature I could find was stuff I wrote. So yeah, I thought, okay, here's an opportunity to generate a paradigm that perhaps others could use. I did use theory. My interest in theory is less theory for theory's sake. It's more, how can I use theory to develop pragmatic interventions that actually are going to work and improve a student's educational experience? So the research then, the primary data that I drew upon were semi-structured interviews and anonymized, excuse me, anonymized online surveys. These were transcribed and subject to applied thematic analysis through coding and data analysis. And I made observational field notes from various research trips to China and both in the UK. And with ethical approval, I made video recordings of the interventions that I created, so that subsequent to the event, I could actually analyze what was happening in the videos. At the time when I was actually making them, I was unable to do that directly. So what came out of the research then? Well, primarily what I was driving towards was hopefully to devise pragmatic, that is to say, practical pedagogic interventions that could demonstrably, I could prove, would be effective in enhancing Chinese student innovation and attainment. And subsequent to that, the systems I developed were incorporated into a rewrite of the design curriculum postgraduate level at Coventry University. And that course framework served as the template for every single postgraduate design course at Coventry, and it remains the case. So all postgraduate design courses are based on the paradigm that I established. So what I'm going to do is quickly take you through some of these interventions. What were they? You know, why did they work? What do they have that other existing interventions didn't? The key thing I found was that in all the literature about Chinese students, that they are cited as being problematic. This is talked about more in the full paper, and they're quiet. Well, yeah, they are. So essentially, my position was, well, how can I take these quiet students and turn them into active, non-anxious, participative students? And in doing so, how can I help to develop their language skills, And how can I help to build their self-confidence? And it's not just about academic performance. I'm very keen on helping students develop their full personal potential as individuals. And how can I break down the cultural boundaries that separate Chinese students from others? So these following slides then are some of the most interesting and relevant and effective techniques that I used. The first thing, in the context of this thing, is learning space dynamics. In one of the themes of this this conference I picked up on was this idea of spatial identity and its impact on learning. And it was revealed through the research that the image on the left showing all these students sitting in the typical classroom environment settings are really detrimental to students. They don't perform well, they're very passive, there's no mechanism for moving around, the opportunity to talk and discuss is limited. And there's a sense the students feel they're being surveyed, they're being monitored by the tutor who sits in front, all powerful, yay. As a counter to that, I developed this informal learning space system that you see on the right, where the layout is chaotic. Students are free to organize the space however they wish, they take control of it, they can move around, they're mobile, and they interact chaotically with each other. They're not bound by who they happen to be sitting next to, and they mix across cultures. One of the most interesting discoveries I found was that that physical space dynamic actually does translate into virtual learning hybrid space. Is that the image on the right, the graphic on the right shows that the green side is a physical learning space in which the environment is friendly, it's non-threatening, and it encourages students to participate. And in that environment, the learning space characteristics are liberating, so students don't feel threatened. Because they don't feel threatened, they're more willing to participate and engage. And because they're more willing to participate and engage, their language improves. They chat, they talk, and so their language skills develop. It's active, and then that feeds back. It's a positive feedback loop. On the left-hand side, the characteristics of the formal learning space mean it's inhibiting. Students feel anxious, they feel threatened, so they don't participate, they don't ask questions, they become very much less willing to do so. And so the outcome of that is, well, there's very little improvement in their language skills and their participation. They remain passive, and so that negative feedback loop is reinforced. Interestingly, that dynamic translates into hybrid learning spaces. So where students are exposed to a learning environment which they're taught through things like Zoom and Teams, especially when they're asked to switch their cameras on, they retreat, they feel intimidated, they feel threatened, especially if the sessions are being recorded, and participation is very, very limited. On the right-hand side, where we use systems like WeChat and WhatsApp, these informal social mechanisms, which they feel very much at home, they're very much less threatened. So what happens is if they have a question, they'd send me a message through WeChat directly. They go, hey, Clive, what about this? And then I can respond directly. And in that context, they feel much less anxious. So even in the world of hybrid learning, these spatial dynamics still work. Now, one of the key things, possibly the most effective thing that we found that helps students is that essentially in the world of design, what we're asking students to do is to demonstrate creativity. And when I went to Coventry and inherited the role of course director, some of the projects that we tackled, there was a requirement for students to write written reports. And Chinese students in particular found this difficult because of language difficulties. So I replaced that requirement completely. I said, okay, instead of writing, produce a little video. Now, there isn't time to show this video. It's a beautiful little video, but if you have your smartphone, if you scan that QR code, it will take you to this video. It's 4 minutes long, and it's absolutely beautiful. And there are no words. It's just a beautiful little black and white film showing how this student designed and made this egg cup and gave it a brand identity and developed some packaging for it. All in a beautiful video, independent of language, so anyone can understand it. And this was revolutionary. And my viva, the external examiner, said this is probably one of the most significant things you can do because you're assessing students on their ability to be creative, not their ability to use English language. We also run transcultural and transdisciplinary projects. And this is an instance, this is a case study of a live project with a client company called Ricardo, high technology company based in the UK. And the brief for them was for students to design in transcultural groups, an exciting new form of excavator, earth moving equipment for the building industry and the construction industry. Long story short, these two projects both featured Chinese students. The project on the left, Hercules excavator, and the project on the right, were the Pangaea excavator, was submitted to the Red Dot Award in 2013-14. They both won. Hercules excavator won Best of Best, and Pangaea won Best. So, based on Chinese student participation. Another initiative which is really, really profoundly effective is an activity I call something from junk. So the idea here is students are asked prior to the session to bring along a whole pile of junk stuff, boxes, plastic bottles, yogurt pots, strings, anything. Bring it all along. Collectively, we get a bundle of stuff. We throw it in the middle of the room. And then the students are given a brief. And in the instance, you'll see a short video in a few moments. And the idea is that collectively, the students then have to make something from this junk in a very organic way. And I organize students into groups. I take that decision. So I mix them across cultures and across genders and across disciplines, forcing them to work together. And then the outcome is that hopefully they make something exciting. So here is the video.
Okay.
It's like this side, like
White color?
no,
Big size.
no, like this color. I try to make it all.
No, it is for her food.
Oh,
alright.
How can I?
Yeah, how much is the silver side? Oh, no. Yeah.
都蛮厉害的。
I mean, like. Oh, yeah. One more time. Stare with each other. Yeah.
Yes.
That's still me enough, even you guys just jump off the window.
Now, the amazing thing about that is that's an example of how informal and chaotic learning spaces remove anxiety. So, you know, I mean, loads of noise. That's one thing about these activities. There's tons of noise. And as you can see, they're all chatting, they're all talking, they're all sharing, they're all doing things. They're very active, they're very engaged, and they don't feel as though they're being monitored or observed by me. Laughter. I mean, if students are laughing, generally speaking, they're not anxious, you know, so laughter is kind of a good sign. If things are going well and you hear laughter, that's a good sign. Everyone is speaking English, so they're talking, they're actually chatting with each other. They don't feel like, oh yeah, my English isn't very good. They're just chatting in a social context. You may notice the middle robot, the one in the middle, she features twice in there. She was a particularly shy student. She says, even in China, people say I'm shy. And she volunteered to be a robot. You know, so all the anxiety just disappears. In terms of the design outcomes, well, there's no central architect. There's no kind of let's draw a thing and let's make that happen. It just emerges. These designs just emerge organically. And subsequent to these activities, the Chinese students actually began to choose to socialize with other international students rather than stay among their own Chinese cohort. And I've tested these interventions both in the UK and I think 4 institutions in China, and the results are the same. You know, the students absolutely love them, and you know they find them great fun, and the outcomes are just generally unpredictable and fantastic. The biggest thing, actually, The number one factor that it limits Chinese students' learning is and attainment is actually language limitations itself. Is, you know, they may have a reasonable general grasp of English, but in terms of the specific language of design discourse, that's where these difficulties tend to show up. So the specialist lexicon of design discourse was identified as a new threshold concept. And here's a few quotes from students. They say, these words always make people confused. We don't know what it means. Although we use a dictionary, it's difficult and not useful for us. Sometimes the majority meaning we can get it, but sometimes some abstract vocabulary we can't understand. And many new words and terms are very challenging. So to address that, to directly address that, I came up with this intervention that we're going to see in a moment. So the idea was that what you'll see here is a graphic, is a series of words. These are common, you know, in English, these are common design related words. And the initiative here was twofold, is that at an individual level, I got students to try and identify and make their own understanding of what these words mean. And this is an example of one of them. And then the next stage is that students collectively try to discern some mutually agreed meaning and then apply a definition to it. So you can see at the individual level, you know, this particular student kind of had a rough idea of what some of these words meant, but lots of them, nothing filled in. At the next level, when the students are allowed to mutually converse, and they could use anything, translators, online systems, what they were able to do is to make the cognitive and cultural shift in meaning from English, discuss that, and then translate it into a Chinese sense of meaning. Meaning and understanding are different from just simply reading a dictionary definition. They needed to intellectually and philosophically understand what was the meaning of these words. Once they'd mutually agreed that, then they came up with these definitions, both in English and Chinese. And these subsequently have been used and distributed to other Chinese students so that those that follow them can get a sense of what these words mean. So what did we discover from all this? Well, the most important findings that we discovered is that, number one, language deficit is the key factor that inhibits Chinese progression. So pedagogically, how do we deal with that? Well, actually, the trick is to simplify language. If there's no need to use a complicated word, use a simpler word and speak slower. One of the things the Chinese, it's such a simple thing. Chinese students saying, English people, they speak so fast. Well, yeah. And so, yeah, slow things down, use simple words, and then replace written reports with video. I mean, Chinese students do have to produce, ultimately, they do have to produce written reports, but in terms of explaining a simple project narrative, the use of videos has been found to be really effective. Working in a transcultural and transdisciplinary way, initially Chinese students found it difficult, but based on activities like this, something from junk, they began to really enjoy it. And then many of them found that this was actually the most beneficial and useful thing for them, especially when they return to China and they seek employment, because design is a global entity. So this idea of having experience working cross-cultural and cross-discipline, tremendously valuable. The third thing is intimidating learning spaces really did have a significant impact on learner progression. So the pedagogical approach was to replace formal with informal. And in the paper, I discuss how we go on international trips where we actually, our informal learning spaces are often restaurants. Sitting around a table eating food is a great way of removing anxiety. And what we discovered was that the social integration of students, life, in other words, life beyond the classroom, has a far more profound effect on their performance inside the classroom than the literature mentions. In fact, social integration isn't really mentioned much at all. But what we found was that social events, making efforts to build social events into the curriculum, parties, food tasting programs, international study trips, all these things had a tremendous effect on boosting student participation and collaboration. As I've mentioned, the transcultural and transdisciplinary acceptance was phenomenal. This is feedback that students have provided. I most enjoyed teamworks, because every group work I learned a lot from my group mates. On the other hand, students in the same group will help each other to complete the same project, which makes me feel happiness and friendly. Yay! And then this is from a UK student who was part of the team that was one of the winners in the Red Dot competition. And he said, this is a UK student, he said, had it not been for the Chinese students, it would never have crossed my mind to have done something like enter the Red Dot competition. And working with international students has shown me that you can see things from a different perspective and see things differently. And then this final quote comes from Dr. David Shuttleworth, who is the project lead on the Ricardo project. And he says academic ability is one thing, but the most important thing is to problem solve. And then of all of that, he says, the key thing is skills and cooperation attained through multicultural team working. Now, yeah, very well me saying all this stuff is effective. How effective? This is how effective. Is that prior to my arrival at Commerce University, no Chinese student had ever attained a first-class degree award. By the time I left in 2021, Chinese students are attaining at a level very, very similar to students from other nationalities and domestic students. So by the time I left, 7 Chinese students had gained distinction degrees, as against non-Chinese students who were awarded distinctions numbering 9. Excuse me. And in some years, actually, Chinese students outperformed other international students. So it works. Basically, there's your proof. It works. So yeah, thanks very much. Hope I've kept within the limit. I'm very happy if anyone would like a copy of this, and I'm really happy to point you to other videos of some of these interventions that are really useful. But most especially, if you are interested in kind of potential for a collaborative research project, then do get in touch, and then we can have a little chat and see if we can make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clive. Right, so very interesting too. 2 very interesting topics for today's plenary session. So the first one was Dr. Carmen. So it was about literary mapping, and then the challenges for the interdisciplinary approach, and then how digital humanities can be used in the process of teaching and learning itself, and then how the idea of collaborating those 2 ideas could be also something that we can use for our activities. I was also very interested to find out that the literary mapping is also used to, some kind of activities outside the classrooms of finding the historical places in parts of the Leiden, which is related with the Italian. And then also the second topics with Dr. Clive is about the interest of his research, PhD research related with the Chinese students studying abroad. I remembered one time when I visited Leeds, and then I go to York, and then one of our colleagues in University of York tell me that there are so many Chinese students here studying, and then they are here because of he said that because they are here because of they have so much money, so they are able to go to UK. So yeah, I remember that. Yeah, right. So that's why I was interested in your topic. I was talking about the Chinese students studying in UK. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the participants of the Iccsal, the 4th Iccsal conference. So we welcome you to ask the questions to Dr. Carmen, also Dr. Clive, related to their topics. Oh yeah, there you go. So I can see already one question from our participant. This question is for Dr. Carmen.
Yes.
Yes.
I
so
read it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Will I answer immediately? Is that fine?
Yeah. Dr.
Right.
Yeah, please do so.
Yes. I hope first that my presentation was clear, because in half an hour I tried to show different maps. But of course, as the question points out, you can do many things, and you can do a lot of things. But pointing out the new trends will lead me to some buzzwords like inclusivity, diversity, ecological challenges. These are the trends we can see now. That is also where European and international funding goes through. Digital mapping is also one of the trends. But of course, what I want to stress is that you have to have a problem that you want to solve. So everything begins with a good research question. And what this question then can be, well, that is very, very broad. But what we see now is that we are mapping more and more women literature comes up. Also, LGBTQ plus literature is mapped. So these kind of things, maybe my question would be, what are you working on? What are your passions, ideas, and how can we then think together about putting your ideas into a literary map or a digital visualization? I would start from your own ideas, your own problems, and not follow too much the main trends. And then try to collaborate with experts and try to do something new.
There you go. The question was from Dr. Ali, actually. So the chair of the the Iccsal conference itself. Yeah. So hopefully that answers Dr. Ali's question. So if not, so he might going to continue with the next questions, Dr. Carmen. All right. So in the chat box, we also you can see the question here from Dr. Ali again. So so he said that he is very grateful to have your presentation, Dr. Clive. And then it gives me a thought that we can shift our ideas on traditional literary analysis to something more multimodal and integrating multicultural essence and of arts and culture to something more potential for future immersion of culture, arts, and literature. And that's wonderful. Okay, so what do you think about Dr. Ali's comments here, Dr. Clive?
Yeah, I mean, they're profound. I think they get to the heart of these things. And in fact, I'm looking at forward to the next question as well, my own belief is that internationalization and a reach out and an understanding of cultural difference and an embrace of it is absolutely key to humanity's progression. And that I think what is missing in traditional pedagogy is the sense that it's all up to the students. The students should do this thing. You know, they come here, they should make the effort to learn English. They should make the effort to integrate. My position is, hang on a minute, two sides to this equation. There's the tutors and the students. And I believe, and this is discussed a little bit more in my paper, but it's at the core of my PhD, is that it's the role of the pedagogue to understand the students. They're in a stronger position to reach out and try and understand students, certainly at a cross-cultural dimension, than the students are. I mean, the students are at a position of disadvantage. So it's very much incumbent on pedagogues to reach out, take the effort to learn a few things. If you read my paper, you'll realize that I took the effort to learn a little Chinese. I mean, I'm not fluent, but I can say a few things. And when I ask students in their own language what their name is, they're amazed. What? And they say, well, Chinese names are so difficult. No, they're not. It's just 3 syllables. It's really easy. But the fact that they're surprised, you know, an English tutor would actually take the trouble to try and find out is remarkable. And I think that's the payback, is that I have found Chinese students are so receptive when they see that a pedagogue will reach out and try and understand. The response is amazing. You know, I think they're very, very grateful. They're very appreciative of that kind of effort. And the multicultural dimension, that's really what floats my boat, is that, yeah, I like teaching UK students, but international students, I learn more from them than they learn from me, frankly. And they're in my interest. So what are the long-term benefits of incorporating pragmatic design pedagogy? Well, the long-term benefits are it becomes self-sustaining, because behind the scenes, this social dimension is that Chinese students report back. They're kind of, I've seen direct evidence of this, is what they say is, oh, I've got this great teacher. He does this, and we do this, it's great. And that is fed back to their former fellow students back in China. And then that can lead to them kind of going, hey, this sounds brilliant. What course are you doing? Where is it? Da, da, da. And so this is there's this virtual cycle. And pedagogically, for pedagogues, it's just so much more interesting. It's just so much more interesting when you try and find out how other cultures see a particular situation or a particular problem, especially in the world of kind of environmental issues, of, the catastrophes that we're facing at the moment, is that, each nation, each continent is facing particular problems, and it requires, a multicultural mindset and an approach to these things to solve them. How can educators and curriculum developers incorporate pragmatic design principles? Well, it's a very good question. Is actually commentary. I had a lot of freedom. That's the simple matter. Is that, excuse me, I proposed these things, and they kind of said, look, I'd like to do this and this and this, and they said, okay, we'll do it. Just try it. And so I was actually given a lot of permission to do that. Including I got a research grant to go to China. I think I'm for it. And so I was just given a lot of personal freedom and documenting the initiatives as well. And I found that actually recording them through video was really useful, because then I had proof. I go, well, this thing is actually working, I could demonstrate it to someone really easily. And the external examiners at my Viva said, well, these techniques, you could apply them to any culture, couldn't you? There's no reason why they couldn't be adapted for an Indian culture or an Indonesian culture or African culture. And currently my work at the Open University now is focused on how I do take some of these methods and then apply them to other cultural contexts, especially in a much more difficult context of online and hybrid learning systems. How can we make them translate in a way that makes them as effective as learning in a physical environment? Did that help?
Yes, yeah, right. So the last part of your information is going to be very interesting, Dr. Clive, related with how hybrid learning can be as effective as the back then with the face-to-face learning methods. Yeah. Because what we have here is somehow some parts of the Indonesian are facing difficulties in making the hybrid learning becoming one of the effective and efficient ways of teaching and learning method, because some of the systems are not working quite well here in our countries for some parts of the country, because as you know, Indonesian covers wide areas of the countries and different islands and so on and so forth. So it gives a lot of challenges.
Oh yeah, and there's also that sense as well of kind of digital poverty, isn't it? As I think Carmen, you pointed out, is that not everyone has access to all digital techniques and digital technologies, and so there's this sense of, some are disadvantaged by it. And in many ways, I'm kind of intrigued by the idea that this. I'm going to say, no, that's it. I'm holding up my smartphone. Yeah, this is a kind of learning environment, and the world is carrying these things around in their pocket. So, yeah, this essence that the classroom in the pocket thing, I think can be quite a liberating thing if we're imaginative about how we do it, and allowing students to engage in a way that they don't feel threatened or intimidated.
I can add something to that if you want. Also in international classrooms where there are different nationalities, it's very nice to use your smartphone. For example, you can do quizzes like Kahoot, and you can do recordings, small clips with your phone. And it's true that it's very low key. It creates a nice atmosphere, and you can really start with that. For example, at the beginning of your class, and then then you can also do something more theoretical, and then maybe switch to something more light in the end of your class. And we need to do this also with my Dutch students. I cannot do theory anymore for 3 hours in a row. They don't accept it. And also language issues and stuff like that. And I recognize the problems you are pointing out.
Yeah, Carmen, do you find one of the most effective ways I use this smartphone is I use WeChat, which is Chinese equivalent of WhatsApp, and I use it for translation as well. And then what I do is I can broadcast it to a big screen. So, you know, we have a word, methodology or ontology, epistemology, and go, what the hell is that? To translate, beam it up onto the screen. And then they kind of, in Mandarin, they're going, oh yeah, and they go, yay, we get it now. And so they're more than just a kind of, you know, communications, you know, they're very much a way of kind of breaking down misunderstandings and bridging cultural and linguistic gaps.
And you're also showing, and you're not just telling, you're also showing, okay, we have a problem, let's go to Google, let's search on the internet. That's also a way you can show learning skills and research skills.
Yeah. Heidi, Unesa, yeah, I think the strategies you use in research are very interesting. It's like a cosplay version of the medieval combat. I'm always at the medieval combat championships. You see me there every week. But yeah, the translation is useful. You're right. And you're right, the language is much simpler, like the word computers, electronic brain when translated. Yeah. The speaking usually becomes the most challenging. Asking them to report videos will make them speak. Yeah. You make some really good points there. It's not that necessarily I'm saying don't use English. You know, if you want to, you know, they produce these videos and they can talk over them. It's just that, you know, very often actually the videos, if you look at that one that I showed, very often the video itself, the little story, the narrative, it just tells its own story. And so as in my world is design and creativity. So the thing that I'm trying to assess really is how creative are these young people? And that, you know, English language is important, especially if you're studying in English, but it's not the most important thing, because once they return to China, they'll be employed as designers. They'll be designing in Chinese, you know. So it's about stimulating their creativity and allowing them to tell their own stories. I think that's the key thing. This one's for you, Carmen.
Yes, I have a question here. Shall I read it? I'm asking the moderator.
I just got kicked out. I have problems with my signals in my internet connection. I'm very sorry about that, Dr. Carmen. Okay, so where is that? So this one is from Rocky. Okay. Yeah, can computer analysis ascertain the meaning of a literary work that is generally highly personalized in relation to human feelings?
That's a really good question, because when we talk about digital humanities, we talk about data. And when we talk about literary studies, we talk about interpretation, creativity, emotion, feelings. So they look incompatible, right? But at a certain point, if you use a structure, if you can define feelings, if you can define for example, bad words and good words, or you can make clear definitions, then you could actually use computational science and tools to show where characters are angry, or where, for example, racist talk is used, or these kind of things. So if you define it well, of course, you give the input, but the output can make a visual map of feelings. And you can have a heat map, for example, where you color red and green, for example, when people are angry or people are happy. Of course, it all depends on how you define things, but everything is possible, yes. And not only for geographical mapping, you can also use other tools. A tool that I really like to work with also is NVivo, so NVivo. And there you can also use it for videos. So for example, if you take a video and you want to ask your students, click on the video when you think people are happy, or click on the video when you think people are angry. Then you have not only your data, but then you have collaborative data. You have many people pointing out maybe the same second in the video. And then it's not only interpretation, then it becomes a collaborative interpretation, because you add more data to your tool. So yes, it is possible.
Okay, yeah, it is still possible to to get the ideas on the human feelings, yeah, Dr. Carmen. Okay, right. So I'm actually personally a little bit intrigued, or a little bit of nowadays it's very popular on the ideas of using the AI, of the using of the artificial intelligence. So both of these topics is very famous right now here in Indonesia, how teachers in our country are having these pros and cons about using this AI and things like that one. So for both Dr. Clive and Dr. Carmen, do you think, is there any possibilities in this area of research for AI to be very helpful, or it's going to be on the other way around? It's going to, gives some kind of something that we need to be careful about this idea of using AI. So that was my thought when we are talking about this things using technology and things like that. So yeah, especially for Dr. Carmen first.
All right, I will first answer, and then Clive can add, of course. All right, yeah, AI, we are all scared now with ChatGPT. We have to change our everything, our teaching. It's not true. So I think we don't have to be afraid of ChatGPT or AI. We just need to get acquainted to these tools and make use of them, because it is technology and you cannot stop it. And actually, it's rather fun to see how we use it in the classroom. I ask to my students, all right, translate this text with ChatGPT, and then you correct it, or then you look at it, use it as a tool, but still you have to stay critical. You just have to copy paste. You have to use it in a critical manner. Also, sometimes I say to my students, this is a question for the oral exam. Let's ask this question to ChatGPT and see if he studied well. And we clearly see that ChatGPT can answer to some of the questions, but the more clear questions, like translate this, or what is the meaning of this word, okay, he can do that. But when you ask about literature, for example, I asked him, can you explain me the story Boccaccio uses in the 5th book, blah, blah, blah. He cannot respond to that. So when it comes to creativity or complex thinking or combining knowledge that you cannot just find on the internet, their ChatGPT is not human enough. He cannot do these kind of things. So I think it's also good for us to see which kind of questions we can use in our exam. And I'm always fond of critical thinking, not just reproducing. We are not made to reproduce. We are made to reflect on things and make it our own. So ChatGPT, I use it in the classroom, and I think it's very fun to do.
Great, good. Thank you, Dr. Carmen. So Dr. Clive, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is it's not going away, is it? You know, and I think all key technological innovations that have happened in human history, and when people started writing, you know, orators whose job it was to memorize poetry and data and history, kind of say, well, this is the end of our job, basically, because if you can write it down, you don't need to remember it. And I just see it as an extension of the next level of human engagement with technology and thought. Carmen made a point about, yeah, ChatGPT is kind of, if you like, competent. You know, it can gather stuff and it can put it together, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's constructing a coherent argument or a position or an opinion. And so very often what you get is a kind of is a piece of text that is sort of generic, but doesn't really come to any particular position on a subject. The truth is, I think it's going to get better and stronger and more able and more convincing. But I think, I mean, the world of design is my thing. And I think the thing about creativity is that, yeah, the communication of ideas through writing is one expression of it, but actually creative people will find other ways. And yeah, in the world of kind of creativity, certainly there are AI programs out there generating illustrations and that kind of stuff with a high degree of accuracy. But it's the totality of the human condition, I think, that you kind of go, well, is this the output of a human being who's engaged with a problem, thought about it, researched it, investigated, constructed proposals, developed them, and offered a solution? And if the totality of that, the answer is yes, then if ChatGPT and AI had a part in that, well, so be it. You know, we use computers to calculate beam stresses in building and architecture. So it's another tool. I don't think we should be fearful of it. And I think Carmen is right, is the more we ourselves play with it, the more we can see both its benefits and its limitations.
Yeah, we should embrace the technology, right? So we like it or not, so we need to welcome the, well, yeah, let's say GPT to our parts of teaching and learning process, right? Okay.
Yeah,
good, great. Yes, thank you, Dr. Carmen and Dr. Clive. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the participants, is there any other questions for both of our keynote speakers?
A little quiet, a little quiet. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
How many cups of coffee have you had, Clive? Just one.
Right.
Yeah. Can I just say,
so, yeah.
I really enjoy. I mean, I realize I've come halfway through your program, but I've really enjoyed it. Carmen, I thought your presentation was absolutely fascinating. You know, this kind of sleuthing that's going on behind the scenes, and again, I think what you're demonstrating is, you know, part of the human condition is imagination, isn't it? Is that, yeah, digital tools have a role, but essentially you have to imagine a potential solution or a way into tackling some of the problems that you've identified. And I think the joy for me about this conference and the previous one I attended is that you know, team, I respect all what you're trying to do, because I think the world needs it, frankly. I think the world needs it, and it's great to see that you're pioneering the way. Well done.
Thank you, Dr.
I
Clive.
think we're doing the same things. We try to build communities. We try to connect with students, with researchers, because the time of doing your research in an ivory tower all by yourself, writing articles, that's over. I mean, we still do it because we have to do it, but there's more. And also, students like to change. They like to write papers, but they also like to make podcasts, and they make literary maps, and they do tours in the city, and they make robots.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's exciting times to be a teacher. I think that's the thing. I'm just so inspired by students. They're just amazing. You know, it's our job. I think I used to be a product designer, and now I think my job now is to design really effective students. You know, students who can survive in the world and grow and prosper and thrive and be happy and productive. You know, so I'm designing different things now. I'm designing people. It's great.
Yes, and it's not about exact outcomes. It's the process, how you build things, but also how you research things. So also these digital tools, they help us maybe look for solutions to questions, but it's not necessary to know in the end who the real author is. The point is how many ways there are to discover and to look for solutions. And if you have these kind of skills, manual skills, digital skills, critical skills, then you're ready for life.
Exactly. That's the trick, isn't it? Well, yeah.
So I just saw someone try to raise a hand here, Dr. Clive and Dr. Carmen. So I was, if I'm not mistaken, someone, Chalu, if I'm mistaken. So is there any Mr. Chalu who was trying to ask question, if I'm not mistaken? Yes, Mr. Chalu, are you going to ask question?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Himawan. Actually, I just want to share my experience, actually. Yeah, experience about using AI, for example, like ChatGPT, what we have discussed by Dr. Carmen and Dr. Clive. Actually, I have experience in doing my assignments. Yeah, when I found some difficulties on doing assignments, I need some insights, inspirations, because I've got stuck at the time, and I decided to use ChatGPT. There, actually, I found insightful answers to different answers. It is also give me some ideas, but in the same way, in the same thing, I have to make sure that this answer also written in the reputable sources. I have to check the sources. And after I asked the ChatGPT about what is the sources of the answer, and it's appear actually. There is the sources is taken from article and also the books, and it's also quiet. It's quiet. I'm really sure about the sources actually, but when I check the sources in the internet, actually from 3 or 5 sources that appear in the ChatGPT, I cannot find any single sources, the books and article from this Google. So I think, at the same time, ChatGPT is very helpful for me, but actually we have to be critical about the sources of the answer. So I think that although it is very easier, but I think we have to be critical to as the students. Thank you. So that's my experience. Thank you for
That's a great point, isn't it? That's a point that Carmen made, is that just because it exists and it producing stuff doesn't mean you have to switch off your own critical evaluation of it. You know, critical thinking is a key part of engaging with ChatGPT. So very interesting experience. Thank you for sharing that.
But it is indeed fun how ChatGPT just invents things. He makes up sources, and he's very confident about it. I call it he, but maybe it's a she, I don't know. But he's like saying, oh, this is my source and this is the article. And it's actually bullshit. He's just inventing things. And if you don't think, you just copy paste and you put it in your paper. And then the professor says, no, this is completely wrong. So yes,
show me the sources.
It's a nice experience.
Very great. Okay. Great anecdote. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chalu, and also Dr. Carmen and Dr. Clive. All right. Okay, so I think we're getting closer to the final part of our plenary session, Dr. Clive and Dr. Carmen. So, well, we would like to continue this discussion. This is very interesting, and then we are very happy to have both of you in our seminar today, in our conference. So, well, if I can wish, I wish that both of you can also come into Indonesia, to Surabaya, and then to give this very insightful and very interesting topics live or face to face with our audience. Maybe next year, maybe next time. So we will be able to invite both of you to Indonesia, so you can meet Bukanya yourself, or Bu Carmen also could meet Mr. Rocket here in Indonesia. Okay,
That
before
would be
before
amazing.
our yeah, that would be very interesting. Before we have our second plenary session, so the committee will show you the what is it, the certificates as a what is it, as a sign of a token of appreciation for your very valuable presentations today. So the committee, there you go. This is the certificate for Dr. Carmen van der Berg from the committee of the 4th Iccsal. Unesa, thank you once again, Dr. Carmen, for your contribution in this seminar. And then the second certificate is for Dr. Clive Hilton.
Thank you so much for having us. It was
You're
wonderful.
welcome, Dr. Carmen. Yeah. Yes, the committee, the certificates for Dr. Clive Hilton. There you go. This is the certificate for Dr. Clive David Hilton. There you go with Dr. Clive, the certificate. You are mostly welcome, Dr. Clive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been wonderful. And again, you know, congratulations to all involved in organizing this, because I think what you are, I'm deadly serious. I think what you are trying to achieve here is really significant, and frankly, the world needs it. So yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate it very, very much. But thank you very much, Dr. Clive, Dr. Carmen. So by what is it? We'd like to end our second session of plenary session today for the 4th Iccsal conference. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Carmen, Dr. Clive. So hopefully we'll be able to meet again in different occasions, and hopefully we'll be able to meet directly live and here in Surabaya, or maybe someday we'll be able to go to UK and also to Leiden University. Thank you very much once again. Thank you, Dr. Clive, Dr. Hilton.
Thank you.
I will give this back to the MC for the Iccsal conference.
Sure. Thank you so much to our keynote speakers for your remarkable presentations as well as discussion. Thank you well, Dr. Carmen and fijne dag. And also to Dr. Clive. Thank you for delivering such captivating presentations. And also to Dr. Himawan for moderating the plenary session. Before proceeding to the parallel session, we would like to remind all participants to fill in the attendance list as provided in the chat box. The link will remain available until the end of our conference. At last, I hope you are all excited to join the second parallel session. However, beforehand, we will have a 10-minute break to prepare for the second parallel session. In about 10 minutes, the presenters can directly join the assigned breakout room. And to our other guests, you are also welcome to join any breakout rooms you desire. Thank you to all guests and presenters who have been participating throughout this conference. See you in the breakout room and good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Carmen.
As a university that anchors on an educational basis, Universitas Negeri Surabaya is now expanding its wings. Unesa is committed to continue moving one step ahead in order to prepare children of the nation to be resistant in facing the challenges of the future while answering global demands. With 3 campuses in East Java that are integrated with each other, Unesa is ready to extend to various public, enabling them to pursue higher education. The main campus is located in Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are the Rectorate Building, the Institute of Education and Professional Certification Building, as well as 3 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports Sciences, as well as a postgraduate school. Katintang campus, which is the oldest campus, has 5 faculty buildings, including Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. One of the programs that continues to be improved is the opening of multi-campus located in Magetan Regency. This program then primes Unesa to be a university with the best higher education facilities.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang Unesa. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Welcome to the home of the champions, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Gaining improvement and achievements, Unesa is ready to give the best contribution in creating a generation that is excellent in education and strong in science. Creating a healthy learning ecosystem, Unesa strives to provide the best service with a variety of qualified facilities on national or international scales. Unesa remains committed to providing excellent and friendly service for persons with disabilities, supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and continues moving to realize a conservation and environmentally friendly campus. Realizing higher education autonomy that is independent, Unesa has become a state university as legal entity in accordance with the government regulation of the Republic of Indonesia, number 37 of 2022. The sustainability of Unesa in implementing quality education continues to develop in order to give competitive graduates with the establishment of medicine study programs and medical professional education. More than 1,900 national and international scientific journals authored by our lecturers have been published. Unesa also set a record in the Indonesian Record Museum as a collaboration campus with 837 vocational schools in East Java simultaneously as an implementation of the Emancipated Learning Program. Having been accredited A institutionally, Unesa continues to improve the quality of educational study programs following international standards through ASEAN accreditation and AQUAS accreditation. Unesa opens opportunities for all societies from diverse backgrounds to continue growing into a generation of quality with global insight.
Unesa menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu Unesa tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya, tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Aspek hukum. Artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh Unesa itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS, itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat, jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas, tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, Unesa terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi
Okay, so now we are going to start the second parallel session. For our parallel session, please proceed to the assigned breakout rooms. On your bottom right corner, you will see that there are 8 breakout rooms that you can join according to your schedule. Please refer to the program book that we have already distributed in the WhatsApp group as well as in the chat box on Zoom. In the breakout rooms, you will be welcomed by moderators who will be in charge of the flow of the presentations. If there are any questions, please do not hesitate to chat on Zoom so that the committee can assist you. You are also welcome to join other rooms once you are done with your presentations. And thank you and good luck.
Are children of the nation to be resistant in facing the challenges of the future while answering global demands. With 3 campuses in East Java that are integrated with each other, Unesa is ready to extend to various public, enabling them to pursue higher education. The main campus is located in Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are the Directorate Building, the Institute of Education and Professional Certification Building, as well as 3 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports Sciences, as well as a postgraduate school. Katintang campus, which is the oldest campus, has 5 faculty buildings including Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. One of the programs that continues to be improved is the opening of multi-campus located in Magatan Regency. This program then primes Unesa to be a university with the best higher education facilities.
Selamat datang di Universitas
Thanks for all the attendees and see you for the next Iccsal. Thank you. We are signing out. Bye-bye.